Harry Potter has survived Voldemort, giant snakes, and Hogwarts' terrible hiring choices, but now he finds a Jedi Holocron under the Whomping Willow. Because clearly, Hogwarts needed more danger. Today, Harry learns the Force not to become overpowered, but to sit still for 5 minutes, which might be his hardest battle yet. So grab your wand, trust the Force, and let's begin. Like, subscribe, and join the notification squad.
Chapter 1, The Hum Beneath the Roots Discovery and Hook by Midnight. Hogwarts had become a different castle in daylight. It was all noise and staircases. Students ran late to lessons. Ghosts drifted through walls arguing with one another. Portraits complained about being ignored, and suits of armor clanked whenever anyone walked too close. But after curfew, the castle settled into something older. The corridors stretched longer. The torches burned lower. The stone seemed to remember it had been standing for 1,000 years before Harry Potter ever arrived with his broken glasses, messy hair, and talent for being exactly where he was not supposed to be. Tonight, unfortunately, Harry was exactly where he was supposed to be. Detention. Again. Filch had delivered him to the edge of the grounds with the expression of a man who had been personally waiting 13 years for this moment. His lantern swung from one bony hand, casting his shadow across the grass like some vulture-shaped warning. "Out there," Filch had said, pointing toward the black line of the forbidden forest. "Professor Sprout wants samples from the old knotgrass beds near the willow. You'll collect them, you'll label them, and you'll do it without whining." Harry had looked past him toward the dark grounds. "The willow?" he asked. Filch's grin widened. Scared, Harry had learned over the years that answering that question honestly only made adults enjoy themselves more. "No," he said, which was technically true. He was not scared of the Whomping Willow. He was scared of being close enough to prove whether he should be. The tree stood in the distance like a giant with its head bowed. Its branches hung low, twitching occasionally in the breeze, though Harry knew perfectly well that the willow did not need a breeze. It could move when it liked. It could move very quickly. In his second year, Harry and Ron had discovered that with a flying car, a sickening crunch, and enough terror to keep both of them quiet for almost 3 entire minutes afterward, Filch shoved a basket into Harry's arms. "Back by one," he said. "Late, and I tell Professor McGonagall you were wandering." Harry almost laughed. Wandering was apparently only a crime when he was caught doing it. Filch stalked away toward the castle, Mrs. Norris slipping through the grass beside him like a furry little informant. Harry waited until the lantern glow disappeared through the doors before he moved. The night air was cold enough to pinch his ears. Above him, clouds crawled across the moon, turning the ground silver, then black, then silver again. Hagrid's hut sat in the distance with no smoke rising from the chimney. The lake was a flat sheet of darkness. Somewhere beyond the first trees, something cried out and was answered by something larger. Harry tightened his grip on the basket. "Brilliant," he muttered. "Collect plants near the murder tree. Very educational." The knotgrass beds were not difficult to find. Professor Sprout had marked them earlier with small glowing tags stuck into the soil, each one shining a faint green. Harry knelt carefully at the edge of the patch and began cutting samples with the little silver knife provided in the basket. For the first 10 minutes, nothing happened. That made it worse. Harry kept glancing at the willow. The tree did not move, not properly. Its branches swayed, but only a little. The long, whip-like limbs that had once smashed into the Ford Anglia with the enthusiasm of a troll in a pottery shop remained still. Harry cut another knotgrass sample. The knife slipped. "Oh," he hissed and pulled his hand back. A tiny red line had opened across his thumb. Not deep, barely anything. Still, it stung, and that annoyed him more than it should have. He sucked the blood away and was reaching for the next plant when he felt it, not heard. Felt a hum. It moved through the ground beneath his knees, soft and steady, like the purr of some enormous sleeping animal. It was too low for his ears. He sensed it in his bones, in his teeth. In the thin scar on his forehead, Harry froze. The hum stopped. He held his breath. After a moment, it began again. This time it came in waves, not random, not like wind, not like roots shifting underground, a pattern: 3 pulses, a pause, 2 pulses, a longer pause, then one deep vibration that made the grass tremble around his fingers. Harry looked toward the castle. No one was there. Of course, no one was there. That was how these things worked. Hogwarts never produced a responsible adult when something strange was happening. It produced Harry alone after midnight, holding a plant basket. The sensible thing would have been to go back. Harry almost did. He stood, brushed soil off his knees, and took 3 steps toward the castle. The hum came again. This time his scar prickled, not pain, not the sharp, burning flash he associated with Voldemort. This was different, gentler, like a fingertip pressing lightly against the old wound, not trying to hurt him but trying to get his attention. Harry turned slowly. The hum was coming from the Whomping Willow, more precisely from beneath it. "Oh no," Harry whispered. "Absolutely not," the tree answered with silence. That was the problem. The Whomping Willow was never silent. Even asleep, it rustled, twitched, threatened. It had a way of looking dangerous without needing eyes, like it was dreaming about hitting something. But now it stood completely still, not frozen, stilled. There was a difference Harry could not explain but felt immediately. A frozen thing was trapped. A stilled thing was listening. Harry's fingers moved toward his wand. The hum deepened. The willow's lowest branches lifted. Harry stopped breathing. A gap opened beneath the hanging curtain of leaves. Not a wide one, not an invitation exactly, but enough. The tree was allowing him through. Harry stared at it. Then, because he was Harry Potter, and because his sense of self-preservation had clearly been dropped on its head as a baby, he stepped forward. The grass beneath the willow was bare and dark. Roots twisted above the ground like thick, sleeping snakes. Harry moved between them slowly, wand in one hand, basket forgotten at the edge of the knotgrass bed. The air changed under the branches. It became warmer. Still cold, but not the open chill of the grounds. This warmth rose from below, pulsing with the hum. The closer Harry got to the trunk, the more he felt it. It traveled through his shoes and up his legs, settling behind his ribs. There was a knot at the base of the tree. Harry knew that knot. The secret passage to the shrieking shack was hidden there. Touch the right place and the willow would freeze. That was how it worked. But tonight the knot was not pressed. No one had pressed it. The tree had stilled itself. Harry crouched near the roots. The hum guided him. That was the only way to describe it. He could not hear words. He did not feel controlled. There was only a sense that if he placed his hand here instead of there, if he pushed aside this patch of moss instead of another, he would find what the sound wanted found. He cleared dirt from between 2 roots. Nothing. He dug deeper, using his fingers now. Soil packed beneath his nails. A pebble scraped his knuckle. He should have stopped. He did not. The hum pulsed once. Harry's hand touched metal. He jerked back. For a long second, he simply stared at the little patch of uncovered earth. Then he brushed more dirt aside. Something gold glimmered beneath the roots. It was not a coin, not a key, not anything Harry recognized from the wizarding world. The object was about 4 inches tall, shaped like a 4-sided pyramid, though each edge was strange and layered, as if made from folded metal that had learned geometry from a dream. Gold lines formed delicate patterns along the surface, woven around blue panels that looked like glass but reflected no moonlight. Tiny symbols covered the edges, sharp and unfamiliar, not runes. At least, not any runes Hermione had ever forced him to look at. At the center of the thing, visible through the blue-gold casing, something crystal-like rested in a small chamber. It was not glowing, but Harry could feel it. The crystal was the source of the hum. The moment he uncovered it fully, the Whomping Willow gave a long, slow creak. Harry looked up. The branches above him did not strike. They bowed, only slightly, but they bowed. Harry swallowed. "That's not normal," he said, because sometimes saying the obvious was the only defense against panic. He reached toward the object, then hesitated. Every sensible lesson he had learned at Hogwarts screamed at him not to touch mysterious ancient artifacts buried under dangerous trees. Unfortunately, nearly all of those lessons had arrived after he touched them. His fingers closed around the pyramid. The world went silent, not quiet, silent. The wind vanished. The insects stopped. The castle in the distance might as well have been painted onto glass. Even Harry's own heartbeat seemed to pause for half a beat, as if waiting for permission to continue. Then the object opened, not physically, not with hinges or cracks. Light unfolded from it, blue, pale and thin at first, barely brighter than moonlight. It rose in lines from the golden edges, connecting point to point until the little pyramid hovered above Harry's palm. The crystal inside flared once. Harry gasped. A figure appeared in the air. She was small because the projection was small, no taller than Harry's forearm, but she carried herself with the calm of someone who had once stood in much larger rooms and expected them to listen. She was a woman, or the image of one, dressed in robes unlike anything worn at Hogwarts. The fabric fell in clean, simple layers. No bright house colors, no silver clasps shaped like animals, no pointed hat. Her hair was bound back from a face that seemed both young and impossibly old. The projection flickered at the edges, blue, white, and translucent. Her eyes opened. Harry dropped the pyramid. It did not hit the ground, it hovered. The tiny woman turned her head slowly, taking in the roots, the moonlit grass. The boy crouched in the dirt with one hand bleeding and the other clutching a wand. When she spoke, her voice came not from the air, but from everywhere the hum had touched. "You are not Jedi." Harry stared at her. Then he said the first thing that came to mind, "I'm not sure what that is." The woman blinked. The projection flickered harder. "You speak basic," she said, sounding surprised. "No," Harry said, "I speak English." Her expression shifted. The air around the pyramid shimmered. For a moment, symbols flashed around it in rings, moving too quickly for Harry to follow. The strange letters rearranged themselves, then vanished. "Linguistic mapping complete," the woman said quietly. "Curious, your language has changed, but the pattern is familiar." Harry looked around, wondering if this was the point where something tried to eat him. Nothing did. The Whomping Willow remained still above them. "Who are you?" Harry asked. The woman inclined her head. "I am Master Tithara Ven of the Jedi Order, or what remains of her." Harry waited. The name meant nothing. The title meant less. "That did not help," he admitted. A faint smile touched her face. It was the kind of smile Professor McGonagall sometimes wore when a student had answered incorrectly, but not stupidly. "No," she said. "I imagine it did not." The pyramid rotated slowly in the air. "What are you?" Harry asked. "A gate," she said. "A memory, a lesson shaped into form." "This device is called a holocron." Harry looked at it. "It's been under the Whomping Willow." "The tree?" she asked. Harry glanced up. "The tree that usually attacks everything." Master Ven raised her eyes toward the branches. Something unreadable passed across her projected face. "It did not attack you." "No," Harry said, "which is worrying, honestly." Again, that faint smile. "The living root has guarded the holocron for a long time. Longer than its own memory, perhaps. It must have recognized the activation resonance." Harry understood approximately 4 words in that sentence and trusted none of them. "Are you magic?" he asked. No, that answer was immediate, too immediate. Harry frowned. "Everything strange here is magic." "Then your world has a narrow word for a wide universe." That sounded like something Dumbledore would say, except Dumbledore would have added a sweet and somehow made it more confusing. Harry lifted his wand slightly. The woman noticed. Her gaze moved to the wand, then to his hand, then to the cut on his thumb. "An external focus," she said. "Would. Living once. Channeled energy shaped by will." Harry's grip tightened. "You know about wands?" "No," she said, "but I know tools." The holocron drifted closer to Harry's face. He leaned back. The woman studied him with unsettling focus. Not like Snape, who looked at Harry and saw James Potter. Not like strangers who saw the scar first and the boy second. This was different. She looked at him as if listening. Harry did not like it. "What do you want?" he asked. The question came out sharper than he meant. The projection dimmed for a moment. "I have been waiting," Master Ven said. "For me, for someone who could open the gate." Harry almost laughed. It came out more like a breath. "Then you've made a mistake. Possibly." That stopped him. Most magical objects did not admit possible mistakes. Master Ven stepped closer within the limits of her blue light. "You are not force-sensitive in the way I expected." Harry shook his head. "I don't know what that means." "No," she said softly, "you would not." She lifted one hand and the hum changed. It did not grow louder. It grew clearer. Harry felt the ground beneath him, not in the ordinary way. He felt the roots pushing through soil, felt the moisture clinging to them, felt tiny insects moving inside bark, felt the slow, vast patience of the tree above him, felt grass bending under the weight of dew, felt something small and warm darting through the earth nearby, a mouse perhaps or a vole. Harry flinched. The sensation shattered, sound rushed back. Wind, leaves. His own heartbeat hammering too loudly, the holocron flickered. Harry scrambled backward until his shoulder hit a root. What was that? The force. The words were simple. They landed heavily. Harry stared at her. Master Ven's expression had changed. The surprise was gone. In its place was something like concern. "You felt it," she said. "I felt too much?" "Yes." "I don't want to do that again." That is often the first honest response. Harry's hand trembled around his wand. He hated that. Hated trembling. Hated being the boy everyone expected to break and then watched closely to see if he would. The woman saw it. To her credit, she did not comment. "What is the force?" Harry asked, mostly because fear was easier when it had a name. Master Ven looked upward through the willow's branches toward the strips of sky beyond. "The force is the energy between living things, around them, within them. It binds life to life. It is not spellcraft, not command, not ownership. It is relationship." Harry frowned. "Relationship with grass," she said. "With trees, with breath, with grief, with stars." "That sounds made up." "So does a boy speaking to a tree with a carved stick." Harry looked down at his wand. "Fair point." He shifted slightly, dirt sticking to his robes. "I didn't speak to the tree." "No," Master Ven said. "It listened anyway." The whooping willow creaked above them, almost offended. Harry glanced up nervously. "Does it understand you?" "Not as you understand me, but life responds to life." She paused. "And pain responds to stillness." Harry looked back at her. For some reason, those words bothered him more than the rest. Pain responds to stillness. He thought of the cupboard under the stairs, not because he wanted to. He never wanted to. He thought of lying there at night while the Dursleys slept above him. The house would go quiet, and he would be left with the dark, spiders, and his own breathing. If he cried, Uncle Vernon might hear. If he kicked the door, Dudley would laugh about it in the morning. If he shouted, Aunt Petunia would tell him he was ungrateful, so Harry had learned to be still, still enough to disappear, still enough that even his fear became quiet. He did not like the idea that some ancient glowing pyramid had noticed. Master Ven watched him carefully. "How old are you?" she asked. 12. Her face tightened. "Too young." "For what?" "For most things that find children anyway." Harry did not know how to answer that. He was beginning to suspect he liked her, which was inconvenient because she was clearly dangerous. "I should take you to a professor," he said. "Yes." Again, too immediate. Harry blinked. "You agree?" "You are a child who has found a sealed teaching artifact from a tradition you do not understand. The responsible course would be to consult a trusted elder." Harry stared. No mysterious object had ever spoken to him like that. Usually they whispered, tempted, screamed, cursed, or tried to kill him. "You're not going to tell me to keep you secret?" "I would advise against secrecy." Harry relaxed by 1 inch. Then Master Ven added, "However, you will keep me secret." His guard returned. "Why?" "Because you are afraid of adults taking away the first thing that is spoken to you without deciding what you are beforehand." The words struck too cleanly. Harry said nothing. The projection dimmed, as if regret passed through whatever remained of her. "I do not say this to manipulate you," she said, "only to name what is already present." Harry looked away. Across the grounds, Hogwarts glowed with scattered window lights. Somewhere inside, people slept in warm beds. Ron was probably snoring in the dormitory. Hermione was probably sleeping with a book open beside her face because she had insisted she was only resting her eyes. Harry should have been there, not under a murderous tree talking to a ghost from a pyramid. "Are you a ghost?" he asked. "No, but you're dead." "Yes, that sounds like a ghost." The faint smile returned, A fair objection. Harry found himself almost smiling back, almost. "What happened to you?" he asked. The projection flickered. For the first time, Master Ven looked away. "War," she said. That was all. The word sat between them. Harry knew enough about adults to recognize a locked door when he heard one. He did not push. The hum softened. Master Ven seemed to gather herself. "The holocron was hidden during a final journey. I was meant to preserve what could be preserved, teach what could be taught, warn who could be warned. Warn them about what? Fear wearing the face of righteousness, power mistaking itself for peace, orders forgetting why they were built." Her gaze returned to him. "Old failures, they repeat easily." Harry thought of Slytherin's monster under the school, of whispers in corridors, of people looking at his scar like it explained him, of the way adults always seem to know more than they said and say less than they should. "Sounds familiar," he muttered. "Yes," Master Ven said. "I suspected it might." The pyramid lowered until it hovered just above Harry's palm again. He did not take it. "What happens if I touch it now? Nothing you do not choose." Harry studied her face. "People say things like that when they want you to choose what they want." "People do," she agreed. "And Jedi, also people." That answer was not comforting, but it was honest. Harry touched the holocron. This time the world did not vanish into silence. The hum entered him gently, like warm water poured into cold hands. The blue panels brightened. The kyber shard at the center glowed, faint and steady. For a moment Harry felt the willow again, not its thoughts, not words, presence old, rooted, watchful. The tree was not kind. Harry understood that instantly. It was not gentle. Its nature was to strike, defend, lash out at intrusion, but beneath that violence was purpose, not cruelty, not hatred. It had been guarding something, and tonight it had stopped because the thing it guarded had woken. Harry let out a shaky breath. The light faded to a manageable glow. Master Ven nodded once. "You have perception," she said. "Not control, remember that? The force is not yours because you can feel it." Harry gave a small, humorless laugh. "Trust me, I'm very used to things not being mine." The woman's expression softened. That may be why it answered. He looked at her sharply. "What does that mean?" "It means power often comes fastest to those who reach for it, but understanding comes to those who can sit beside a thing without needing to own it." Harry did not know what to do with that. Compliments made him uncomfortable. Lessons made him suspicious. This sounded like both. A distant bell rang from the castle. Harry jumped. 1 o'clock. "Oh no," he scrambled up, nearly slipping on the roots. Filch, detention, knotgrass, his entire life apparently. The holocron dropped gently into his hand, now no heavier than a large stone. Its glow vanished. It looked almost ordinary again, if one ignored the impossible metal, the strange letters, and the fact that it had just introduced him to a dead woman who was not a ghost. "I have to go," Harry said. "Yes." "Will the tree hit me?" Master Ven glanced upward. The willow's branches lifted once more, opening the path. "No," Harry hesitated. "Will it hit Filch?" "Is Filch hostile?" Harry considered this. "Generally." The holocron was silent. Harry sighed. "Never mind." He tucked the pyramid carefully inside his robes. The moment it touched the fabric near his chest, the hum faded until he could barely feel it. The absence was strangely disappointing. He gathered the basket, shoved the remaining knotgrass samples inside, and hurried across the grounds toward the castle. Behind him, the whooping willow lowered its branches. By the time Harry looked back, it was moving again, slowly, naturally, dangerously, as if nothing had happened. That made it worse. Filch was waiting at the doors with his arms folded and a face full of expectation. "You're late," he snapped. Harry was breathing hard, hair full of dirt, robes stained at the knees, one hand bleeding slightly. "I got the samples." Filch snatched the basket and peered inside, clearly disappointed to discover that Harry had not been eaten. HMPH. "Professor Sprout will decide if they're good enough." Harry nodded and tried to edge past him. Filch's eyes narrowed. "What's that in your robes?" Harry's heart stopped. The holocron remained cold and silent against his chest. "What? You're hiding something?" "I'm not. Empty your pockets." Harry's fingers tightened. For one wild second, he imagined pulling his wand. Not to curse Filch, just to distract him, make sparks. Drop the basket, run, then the hum returned, barely, not from the holocron, from himself. A tiny thread of awareness opened. Harry felt Filch's suspicion like a tight, sour knot. Felt Mrs. Norris winding between his ankles. Felt the old man's weight shifting forward before he moved, not thoughts, intent. Filch was about to grab his sleeve. Harry stepped back first. Filch's hand closed on empty air. Both of them froze. Harry had not meant to move. He had simply known. For 1 second, the corridor around him felt wide and clear. Filch's body, the cat, the basket, the door, the torchlight, all of it arranged itself in Harry's awareness like pieces on a chessboard. Then fear surged. The awareness shattered. Filch grabbed his shoulder. "There!" Harry stumbled. The holocron pressed against his ribs. Nothing happened. No light, no ghost, no rescue, of course not. Perception, not control. Harry swallowed. "It's just my wand," he said quickly, pulling it from the wrong side of his robes and holding it up. Filch sneered. "Students, always twitching for your sticks." He shoved Harry toward the stairs. "Bed, before I decide you were sneaking around after detention too." Harry did not need telling twice. He climbed the stairs quickly, forcing himself not to run until he was out of sight. Then he ran through corridors. Up staircases, past portraits that grumbled in their sleep, into Gryffindor Tower after whispering the password to a very annoyed fat lady. The common room was dark and empty, fire reduced to red coals. Harry stood there for a moment, listening. Nothing, only the soft settling of the tower. He went up to the dormitory. Ron was asleep on his back, mouth open, one arm dangling off the bed. Neville muttered something about toads. Seamus had kicked half his blanket onto the floor. Dean slept peacefully beneath a poster of football players who waved lazily in the dim light. Normal. All of it normal. Harry moved quietly to his bed and closed the curtains. Only then did he take out the holocron. In the dark, it glowed faintly blue. Master Ven appeared again, smaller than before, her projection dim enough not to shine through the curtains. "You felt intent," she said. Harry stared at her. "Filch tried to grab me, and you moved before he did. I guessed." "No." Harry sat down slowly. The mattress creaked. Ron snorted in his sleep beyond the curtains. "I don't want another thing in my head," Harry whispered. Master Ven's face changed. There it was. She understood, not completely. How could she? But enough. "This is not in your head," she said gently. "It is around you. That does not mean it is safe. That does not mean it is simple, but it is not possession." Harry looked down at the holocron. The word possession sat cold in his stomach. He thought of the diary, of ink moving on a page, of a voice that had seemed friendly because it asked questions and gave answers and made him feel less alone. His grip tightened so hard the golden edges pressed into his palm. Master Ven lowered her head. "I am not asking you to trust me tonight." "Good," Harry said. "I am asking you to sleep." He blinked. "What? You are 12. You are exhausted. You have discovered something beyond your current understanding. No wise decision will be made before dawn." Harry stared at her. Then, despite everything, he let out a tiny laugh. It was quiet and disbelieving, but real. "You sound like Hermione." "I will choose to take that as praise." "You should. She's usually right, annoyingly." The projection flickered with something almost like amusement. Harry placed the holocron beneath his pillow, then immediately thought better of it and moved it into his trunk, under a pair of socks Dudley had once thrown away because one had a hole in it. The holocron did not object. Master Ven's image vanished. The blue light faded. Harry lay back on his bed, still in his dirty robes, staring up at the canopy. For a few minutes he heard only the dormitory. Ron's snoring, Neville's mumbling, wind against the tower window. Then, beneath all of it, so faint he might have imagined it, came the hum, not from the trunk. From everywhere, from the sleeping boys around him, from the old wood of the bed, from the stones of Hogwarts, from the grass outside, wet with moonlight. Harry closed his eyes. He expected fear to keep him awake. Instead, for the first time in a very long while, the dark did not feel empty. It felt full, not crowded, not threatening, full. As if the world had been speaking softly all along and Harry had only just become quiet enough to hear it. Far away, beneath the roots of the whomping willow, the earth settled. The tree moved again in the night wind, violent and ancient and awake. But it did not strike, not once. And in the Gryffindor dormitory, Harry Potter slept with one hand near his wand, one strange golden pyramid hidden in his trunk, and the first impossible lesson of a dead Jedi resting silently beside him. Power was not the same as noise. Sometimes the first step was learning how to be still. Chapter 2. The discipline of absence, the long unlearning begins. Harry woke before anyone else. That almost never happened. Usually, Ron woke him by snoring like a troll drowning in porridge, or Seamus blew something up while still half asleep, or Neville knocked over a trunk while trying to find his socks. Gryffindor mornings were not gentle things. They were loud, confused, and smelled faintly of old blankets, shoe polish, and whatever sweet wrappers Ron had forgotten under his pillow. But that morning, Harry opened his eyes in silence. For one strange second, he did not remember the Whomping Willow. He did not remember the glowing pyramid. He did not remember the blue ghost woman who had told him she was not a ghost, which was exactly the sort of thing a ghost might say if it wanted to be difficult. He only lay there, staring at the red curtains around his bed, feeling as if something had changed. Then the trunk hummed. Harry sat upright so fast his forehead nearly hit the bedpost. Across the room, Ron snorted, rolled over, and muttered, "No, Percy, the chicken hasn't got a timetable." Harry held still. The hum came again, soft, steady, patient, not urgent, not demanding. That somehow made it more unsettling. Harry climbed out of bed, moving carefully so the floorboards would not creak. He knelt beside his trunk, opened it just enough to slip one hand inside, and pushed aside the pair of socks under which he had hidden the holocron. It was still there. For half a second, Harry had hoped it would not be. That perhaps the entire night had been a dream brought on by detention, cold air, and the Whomping Willow being generally horrible. But no. The little gold and blue tetrahedron rested calmly between his school things, as though ancient artifacts from dead space monks were perfectly normal additions to a Hogwarts student's belongings. Harry lifted it out. It was cool against his palm. The blue panels brightened. Master Tethara then appeared with a flicker. She looked exactly as she had beneath the willow. Calm, translucent, robed in blue light, and far too composed for someone standing inside a schoolboy's bed curtains at 6 in the morning. "You did not sleep enough," she said. Harry stared at her. "That's your first lesson. It is often the lesson students ignore most. I thought you were going to say something mysterious." "I can, if that helps." Harry rubbed his eyes. "Please don't." The corner of her mouth moved. Outside the curtains, Dean mumbled and turned over. Harry quickly lowered his voice. "You can't just appear whenever you want." "I did not." "You're appearing right now. You activated the holocron by touching it." Harry looked down at his hand. "Oh," he set the holocron carefully on his blanket. "The projection remained. Can anyone else see you?" "If they open the curtain, yes." Harry grabbed one side of the curtain and held it shut with unnecessary force. Master Ven observed this silently. "What? You are very used to hiding." Harry's grip tightened. "I'm very used to not being believed." "That is not the same thing." "It usually ends the same way." For a moment, she said nothing. Harry regretted saying it, not because it was untrue, but because it had come out too quickly. He did not like when words escaped before he could decide whether they were safe. Master Ven inclined her head slightly. "Then we will begin with something that requires no belief from others." Harry frowned. "Begin what?" "Listening." "I heard the hum already." "No," she said. "You notice the hum. Listening is different." Harry looked toward Ron's bed, still asleep. Neville's curtains were closed. Seamus had not exploded. Dean's football poster whispered soundlessly to itself. Harry turned back to the holocron. "I have class." "Then we have several minutes." "That's not enough time to learn anything." "It is enough time to fail." Harry blinked. Master Ven folded her hands into her sleeves. "Sit." Harry looked at the bed. "I am sitting properly." He gave her a flat look. "You sound more like Hermione every second." "I continue to accept this comparison." Harry sighed and crossed his legs awkwardly on the mattress. "No," Master Ven said. "What now?" "Your spine." "What about it?" "It is attempting to become a question mark." Harry straightened with a scowl. "Better, less tragic." Harry decided the Jedi had probably been very irritating. Master Ven lifted one hand. "Close your eyes." Harry did not. The diary had taught him not to close his eyes around strange, magical things. The Dursleys had taught him not to close his eyes when someone older was watching. Hogwarts had taught him that both lessons were generally useful. Master Ven noticed. "You may keep them open." "Thanks, but you will learn more slowly." "That's fine." "No," she said gently. "It is safe to learn slowly. That is not the same as fine." Harry did not answer. He closed his eyes. Instantly, he became aware of everything he was trying not to be aware of. His own breathing sounded too loud. His legs were uncomfortable. His glasses pressed strangely against his nose. Someone's mattress creaked. Ron made a wet, snorting noise that would have ruined any ancient mystical mood even if Harry had been in one. Master Ven's voice came softly. "Do not reach." Harry frowned. "I'm not." "Yes, you are. You are treating awareness like a summoning charm." Harry opened one eye. "I haven't done anything." "Inside, you have." He closed his eye again, irritated. "Then what am I supposed to do?" "Nothing." Harry waited silence. "That's it?" "Yes, that's stupid. It is difficult. It's literally doing nothing." "Then you should excel immediately." Harry opened both eyes to glare at her. Master Ven's expression was perfectly serene. Harry hated serene people. They always looked as if they had won an argument without bothering to participate. He closed his eyes again. "Do nothing." Fine, he could do nothing. He had spent years doing nothing in the cupboard. Nothing when Dudley wanted to punch him. Nothing when Aunt Petunia complained. Nothing when Uncle Vernon's face turned purple. Nothing when teachers looked past him because asking questions about Harry Potter meant paperwork and awkward conversations. Doing nothing should have been easy. But this was different. This nothingness was not disappearing. It was staying. Harry sat there, trying not to reach, not to force, not to expect anything. At first, there was only ordinary sound, breathing, snores, blankets, the faint groan of the tower in the wind. Then, beneath it, something opened, a warmth. Not heat, not light, presence. Ron, asleep across the room, was a bright, restless shape in Harry's awareness. Loud, even unconscious. Not thoughts, not dreams, but a kind of emotional weather, comfortable, hungry, tangled in nonsense, utterly unguarded. Neville felt softer. Nervous even while sleeping, like a small animal curled in tall grass. Seamus was sharp and sparking, restless beneath the surface. Dean was steady, low, peaceful. Harry gasped. The awareness vanished. His eyes flew open. The dormitory returned to normal. Ron snored. Neville mumbled. Nothing had changed. Everything had changed. Master Ven watched him closely. "How long?" she asked. Harry swallowed. "How long what? How long did you hold it?" "I don't know. 3 seconds. Harry stared. "That's bad, isn't it?" "That is real." It was not praise exactly. That made it easier to accept. Harry looked down at his hands. They felt the same. Thin fingers, dirt still under one nail from last night, a tiny cut on his thumb. I could feel them. Yes, not their thoughts. No, good, very good. Harry looked up sharply. Can people do that? Read thoughts with this? Master Ven was silent for half a breath too long. Harry's stomach tightened. "Some can touch the surface of another mind," she said carefully. "But what you felt was not thought. It was life, breath, emotion at rest. The Force does not require invasion to reveal connection." That sounds like a nice way of saying yes. It is a dangerous way of saying no, not yet, and do not try. Harry appreciated that more than he expected. A sudden banging came from the other side of the room. "Up!" Seamus shouted, half awake and furious at the concept of morning. "We're late!" Ron jerked upright, hair flattened on one side, eyes barely open. "Why is everyone shouting?" "No one was shouting until you woke up," Dean said from behind his curtains. Harry shoved the holocron under his pillow. Master Ven vanished instantly. Ron pulled Harry's curtain open. Harry almost fell off the bed. "Mate," Ron said, squinting at him. "Why are you sitting like that?" Harry looked down at himself, cross-legged, back straight, hands resting on his knees like a tiny, terrified monk. "I was stretching." Ron blinked. "You?" "Yes. You hate moving before breakfast." "I changed." Ron considered this with deep suspicion, then his stomach growled loudly enough to end the investigation. Fine, but if you've become one of those people who wakes up early on purpose, I'm telling Mum, that's not natural. Harry grabbed his robes and tried not to smile. The first day after finding the holocron should have felt more dramatic. Harry expected strange signs. Glowing lights, whispered warnings. Maybe the willow throwing a branch through a window to remind him not to forget his destiny, because apparently trees could be dramatic too. Instead, he got double potions. Snape swept into the dungeon with his robes billowing behind him like a thundercloud that had learned to hate children personally. "Today," he said, in the silky voice that meant someone would lose house points before lunch, "we shall be preparing a basic strengthening solution, though I expect some of you will manage to weaken it through incompetence alone." His eyes landed on Harry. Naturally, Harry looked down at his cauldron. Do nothing, he thought. It was not a helpful thought. In fact, it was the opposite of helpful, because once someone tells you to do nothing, doing nothing becomes the hardest thing in the world. He tried to feel the room as he had in the dormitory, not reaching, listening. There was too much. The dungeon was crowded, damp, and full of simmering ingredients. Students chopped roots, whispered complaints, knocked elbows. Cauldrons hissed. Fire crackled. Draco Malfoy laughed at something Crabbe had said, though Harry doubted Crabbe had meant it to be funny. Harry closed his eyes for half a second. Presence brushed against him from every direction. Too many lives. Too much irritation. Too much anxiety. Snape was a cold blade at the front of the room, wrapped in old anger so tightly that Harry recoiled without meaning to. The awareness shattered immediately. His knife slipped. The shrivel fig he had been cutting squashed under his hand. "Problem, Potter?" Snape asked. Harry looked up. Half the class looked with him. "No, sir, no." "Then perhaps you meant to crush the shrivel fig into paste before the third step, despite the instructions on the board clearly stating otherwise." Draco snickered. Harry felt the familiar heat rise in his chest. Anger, sharp, clean, easy. He knew what to do with anger. Anger moved. Anger answered. Anger made his mouth quicker and his wand steadier. Anger had carried him through more than one nightmare, but this time the anger did something else. It broke the quiet inside him so completely that Harry noticed the breaking, like glass under a boot. There had been a thread of awareness, faint but real, and the moment fury came, it vanished. Master Ven's words returned. Emotion ends it. Harry lowered his gaze. "No, sir," he said again. Snape paused. That was almost worth it. Usually Harry pushed back, not always loudly, but enough. Enough for Snape to take points. Enough for the dungeon to become a battlefield disguised as a classroom. But Harry said nothing more. Snape's mouth thinned. 5 points from Gryffindor for wasting ingredients. There it was. Draco's grin widened. Harry breathed in slowly, then out. Snape watched him for another second before turning away, dissatisfied. Ron leaned close. "You all right?" "Fine. You didn't even argue. Didn't feel like it." Ron looked alarmed. "That bad?" Harry almost laughed. Across the table, Hermione was watching him, not suspiciously, worse, thoughtfully. Harry focused very hard on slicing the replacement shrivel fig properly. By the third day, Harry had learned that the Force was useless. Not completely useless, but useless in all the ways he had first hoped it would be useful. It did not help him finish homework faster. It did not tell him answers in history of magic. It did not stop Peeves from dropping ink pellets on his head. It did not make Snape less horrible, Malfoy less smug, or Lockhart less Lockhart. Most disappointingly, it did not make spells easier. Harry had tried, quietly of course. The first attempt happened in an unused classroom on the 4th floor, where 3 desks were stacked upside down and a portrait of a sleeping shepherd snored gently on the wall. Harry stood in the middle of the room with the holocron resting on a dusty table. Master Ven observed from her blue projection. "Lumos," Harry said. His wand lit. "Nothing unusual." "Again," she said. "Lumos. Light. Again. Lumos. Light." After the 10th time, Harry lowered his wand. "I'm very good at this one." "Yes. So why are we doing it?" "Because you are not paying attention." Harry looked at the glowing wand tip. "It's lit. You are treating the spell as a command. Word, wand, result. That's how spells work." "Yes. Then I'm doing it right. Correct. Harry waited. Master Ven said nothing. He groaned. You're doing the thing. What thing? The thing where teachers say something is correct and still make it sound wrong. You are doing magic correctly, she said. Now notice what happens before the light appears. Harry frowned. He raised his wand. Lumos. Light. Before the light there was intention. A little push from inside him, not physical, not emotional exactly, a decision made sharp enough for magic to obey again. Lumos. Push, word, wand, light again. Lumos. Push, word, wand, light. Harry lowered his wand. It's will. Yes. Magic uses will. Yes. And the Force doesn't? The Force responds to will, Master Ven said. But it is not only will. If magic is a door that opens when you command it properly, the Force is a room you realize you were already standing inside. Harry stared at her. That was very mysterious. It was accurate. It was annoying. That may also be accurate. Harry rubbed his forehead. So what do I do? Extinguish the light. Nox. The light vanished. No, Master Ven said. Not with the counterspell. Again. Harry lit the wand, Lumos. Then he paused. Without Nox? Yes. How? Let the need for light pass. Harry looked at her, then at the wand, then back at her. You want me to make the spell stop by not wanting it? I want you to notice the attachment between intention and effect. This is stupid. You have said that before, and I was right before. Harry stared at the glowing wand tip. Let the need for light pass. He tried to relax. Nothing happened. He tried to not want the light. Nothing happened. He tried to want not wanting the light. The wand shone brighter. Master Ven's eyebrow lifted. Harry scowled. Don't. I said nothing. You looked. I have eyes. You're a projection. I retain habits. Harry tried again. He breathed in, out. The room was dim except for his wand. Dust floated in the light. Rain tapped against the high window. Somewhere far away, students shouted in the corridor. Why did he need the light? Because the room was dark. But the room was not dangerous. Not every darkness was the cupboard. The thought arrived without warning. Harry's fingers tightened. The wand light flickered, not out, but lower. Harry stared. Master Ven went very still. Harry tried again, reaching for the same thought, but the moment he reached, the light flared back. He swore under his breath. Master Ven did not scold him. That, she said, was your first lesson? I failed? Yes. Harry waited. She continued, and for half a breath you understood. Harry looked at the wand. Half a breath. That was not much, but it was not nothing. Hermione noticed on Friday. Harry had known she would. Hermione noticed things other people missed because she was not content to observe the world. She interrogated it. They were in the library after dinner. Ron was technically with them, but only in the sense that his body occupied a chair. His mind had left sometime during the first paragraph of medieval magical trade routes and their consequences. Harry was supposed to be writing an essay for history of magic. Instead, he was staring at the flame of a small lamp on the table. Not magically, not with the Force exactly, just watching. Fire was difficult. It moved too much. Unlike stone or wood, flame seemed to exist by constantly leaving itself behind. Harry could feel life in plants faintly. People were louder. Animals were bright and quick. Stone was old and slow, though Master Ven said that was not life, not exactly, only memory held in matter. But fire was hunger. That was what it felt like, not evil. Not good, just hunger made visible. Harry, he blinked. Hermione was looking at him over the top of her book. What? You've been staring at that lamp for 4 minutes. Ron lifted his head. Has he? Yes. Why? Harry shrugged. Thinking. Ron accepted this immediately and put his head back down. Hermione did not. You've been doing that a lot. Thinking, going quiet. Harry reached for his quill. I'm always quiet in the library. Madame Pince looks like she could smell noise. Hermione's eyes narrowed. That's not what I mean. Harry dipped the quill into ink. Unfortunately, he forgot to check the amount and dropped a blot onto his parchment. Hermione's expression softened slightly. Are you sleeping? Yes, properly, mostly. Are you having nightmares? That question was too close to other questions. Harry wiped at the ink blot. No more than usual. Hermione did not like that answer. Harry could tell because she went still in the way she did before deciding whether to push. He hoped she would not. She did. You didn't react to Malfoy today. Ron's head came up again. Yeah, that was weird. "Helpful, Ron," Harry said. "No, I mean, he called you something about your hair looking like a cursed broom and you just walked past him." "I didn't hear him." "You did," Hermione said. Harry looked at her. She held his gaze. He could have lied. He was not terrible at lying when he needed to be. The Dursleys had made sure of that. Hogwarts had improved the skill, but Hermione had a way of making lies feel more exhausting than truth. "I didn't care," he said. Ron stared at him. "You didn't care?" "No, but it was Malfoy." "I know. He insulted your hair." "My hair's been insulted by better people." Ron looked personally offended on Harry's behalf. Hermione did not smile. "That's what I mean," she said. "You're different." Harry's stomach tightened. People are allowed to be different, not overnight. It wasn't overnight. The words slipped out before he could stop them. Hermione's eyes sharpened. Ron looked between them, confused. Harry quickly looked down at his parchment. The library around them seemed louder suddenly. Pages turning, chairs scraping, a Ravenclaw coughing, Madame Pince whispering threats at someone near the restricted section. Harry tried to breathe the way Master Venn had taught him: in, out, do not reach, do not push, do not turn fear into action just because action feels safer. Hermione closed her book. "Harry, did something happen during detention?" Ron sat up fully now. "What happened during detention?" "Nothing." Hermione folded her hands. "That is exactly what you say when something happened." Harry looked at Ron for help. Ron hesitated. Then, traitorously, he said, "It is mate." Harry sighed. He could not tell them, not yet. It was not because Master Venn had told him not to. She had advised the opposite. That made the secrecy feel worse, not better. But how was he supposed to explain it? "Hello, I found an ancient pyramid under the murder tree, and now a dead woman who is not a ghost is teaching me to do nothing very seriously." Ron would either panic or want to poke it. Hermione would ask 73 questions, 40 of which Harry would not understand, and then insist on telling McGonagall. Maybe she would be right. That was the problem. Harry was not ready to find out. "I found something," he said carefully. Hermione leaned forward. "What? A quiet place?" Ron frowned. "Near the willow." Harry regretted everything. "Not near. Harry." Hermione said his name like it was a door she intended to unlock. He lowered his voice. "I just needed somewhere to think." That was true, not complete, but true. Hermione studied him for a long moment. Then something in her face shifted from suspicion to concern. "You know you can talk to us." Harry's throat tightened unexpectedly. He hated when kindness appeared without warning. It was worse than anger. Anger could be fought. Kindness made him feel like some badly wrapped parcel coming undone at the corners. "I know," he said. Hermione did not look convinced. Ron nudged Harry's arm. "Whatever it is, if it starts trying to kill you, tell us before the screaming part." Harry snorted. Hermione gave Ron a look. "What?" "It's a fair system. We get involved before screaming." Despite himself, Harry smiled. It felt strange, small, but real. For a moment, the pressure in his chest eased. And in that ease, the library opened, just for a heartbeat. Harry felt Hermione across the table. Bright, focused, worried, loyal in a way that felt like a hand gripping a rope and refusing to let go. Ron beside him. Warm, open, slightly hungry again, but underneath that a fierce protectiveness Harry had never quite known what to do with. The lamp flame. The wooden table, the old paper, the castle stones beneath them, humming with centuries of footsteps. Harry inhaled sharply. The awareness collapsed. Hermione noticed. Of course she did. What was that? "What?" "You looked. I'm fine." She did not believe him, but she let it go for now. "That was almost worse." The training continued in pieces. Never long. Never safely enough. Master Venn insisted Harry practice only when alone, rested, and calm. Since he was a Hogwarts student, this gave him approximately 6 minutes every other day. He practiced before breakfast, behind bed curtains, with Ron snoring 3 feet away. He practiced in abandoned classrooms. He practiced once in a broom cupboard and immediately decided that was a terrible idea. He practiced by the lake, listening to water move against the shore. He practiced in the owlery until too many owls staring at him made concentration impossible. The force did not arrive like magic. Magic was sharp. A wand movement, a word, a result. Even when difficult, it had edges. You could practice a spell and know whether it worked. Feather floating, success. Feather on fire, failure unless the lesson was arson. The force was different. It was not a spell Harry could cast. It was not a muscle he could flex. It was more like noticing a sound that had always been present, than trying not to ruin it by listening too hard. He failed constantly. Anger broke it, fear broke it, excitement broke it, embarrassment broke it. Once, the sound of Peeves singing rude lyrics about Professor Binns broke it so completely that Harry nearly threw a shoe at the ceiling. Master Venn called these failures useful. Harry called them failures. She did not argue. That annoyed him more. One evening, after a particularly bad attempt in which Harry tried to sense a beetle walking across a desk and instead knocked over an ink bottle with his elbow, he snapped. "What's the point?" Master Ven's projection flickered above the holocron. "The point of what? This." Harry gestured sharply. "Sitting, breathing, failing, I can already do magic, badly sometimes, but still. If this force thing can't even light a candle, what's the point?" The classroom was empty except for them. Rain streaked the windows. The sky outside had gone purple with evening. Master Venn regarded him quietly. "You want it to be useful? Obviously." "Useful for what?" Harry opened his mouth. "To protect myself, to stop things, to make sure no one else dies because I was too slow." The answers rose fast, too fast. He shut his mouth. Master Venn nodded as if he had spoken anyway. "There." Harry looked away. "I didn't say anything. You did not need to." "That sounds like mind reading." "It is experience." He paced across the room. "I don't see why wanting to protect people is wrong." "It is not." "Then why do you make it sound wrong?" "Because protection can become control when fear is left unnamed." Harry stopped. The words irritated him because they sounded true in a way he did not want them to. "I'm not trying to control anyone. Not today." Harry turned back sharply. Master Ven's voice remained calm. "That is not an accusation, Harry. It is a warning every student deserved to hear before power answered them." He looked at the holocron. How many didn't listen? Her expression dimmed. Enough to end worlds. The room felt colder. Harry swallowed. "That's dramatic." "Yes," she said. "History often is." He sat on the edge of a desk, suddenly tired. "I'm not going to end worlds." "No." "Then why?" "Because no one begins there." Harry had no answer to that. For a while, neither of them spoke. Rain tapped the windows. Finally, Master Venn said. Again, Harry groaned. "The beetle." The breath. "That's worse." "Yes." But he did it. He sat. He breathed. He failed. Then failed less. By Christmas, Harry could hold awareness for almost 10 seconds when alone. Almost. That was the important word. If he was calm, rested, undisturbed, and no one was saying anything irritating nearby, he could feel the nearest living things in a loose circle around him. 30 feet at most. Usually less. People were still too loud. Plants were easier. The castle was strange. Hogwarts was not alive, Master Venn said, but it was soaked in life. Generations had spilled laughter, fear, ambition, heartbreak, and magic into the stones until the whole place seemed to murmur at the edge of perception. Harry liked sensing the castle. It did not ask anything from him. It simply was. He also discovered that using force awareness made him tired in a way magic did not. Magic drained something bright and active from him. The force, when held too long, made him feel hollowed out, as if he had been standing perfectly still while carrying something heavy. Master Venn called this lack of discipline. Harry called it your fault. She accepted both. The first real change happened during charms. Professor Flitwick had them practicing a controlled variation of Lumos, shaping wand light into a steady beam instead of a glowing point. It was not difficult, but it required focus. Ron's beam kept flickering. Hermione's was perfect. Naturally, Harry lifted his wand. Lumos. Light appeared. For once, he did not push harder. He noticed the moment before the spell, the need, the intention, the little leap between wanting light and making light. Then, carefully, he breathed. The light steadied, not brighter, not stronger, steadier. Professor Flitwick squeaked with delight. "Excellent control, Mr. Potter. Very fine. 10 points to Gryffindor." Harry blinked at his wand. Ron leaned over. "How'd you do that?" Harry stared at the beam. "I didn't force it." Ron waited. "That's it." I think so. Ron tried. His wand light immediately flickered, flashed purple, and went out. He sighed. Your way's rubbish. Hermione, however, was watching Harry again, not with suspicion this time, with curiosity that was more dangerous. After class, she caught up to him near the stairs. Harry, he knew that tone. No, I haven't asked anything. You were going to. Yes. Then no, she ignored this. Your spell work is changing. No, it isn't. Yes, it is. You're not more powerful exactly, you're more precise. That's bad. No, it's unusual. Ron, walking beside them, said, Can't we just enjoy the points? Hermione continued as if he had not spoken. It's like you're waiting before you cast. Harry tried to shrug. Maybe I'm finally listening to teachers. Ron made a choking noise. Hermione gave Harry a look that suggested she respected many things about him, but not that lie. You also haven't hexed Malfoy in weeks. I don't hex Malfoy that often. Ron and Hermione both stared at him. Harry scowled. He deserves most of them. That's not the point, Hermione said. You're holding back. Harry stopped walking. The staircase beneath them shifted with a groan, turning toward another landing. Students complained around them. Harry looked at Hermione. I'm trying to. The honesty surprised all three of them. Hermione's face softened. Ron looked uncomfortable, which meant he understood more than he wanted to say. The stairs locked into place. Harry stepped off first. Behind him, Hermione said quietly, Just don't hold back so much that we can't reach you. Harry kept walking, but the words followed him. That night, Harry took the holocron to the astronomy tower. It was freezing. The wind cut through his robes, and the stars looked painfully clear overhead. The grounds stretched below in silver and black. The whomping willow stood far away, its branches shifting restlessly. Harry set the holocron on the stone ledge. Master Ven appeared. You are troubled. I'm always troubled. You'll need to be more specific. She waited. Harry leaned against the wall. Hermione says I'm different. You are. That's not comforting. Growth rarely comforts those watching it happen. Harry looked over the grounds. Ron said it's like talking to a wall. He said this. Not exactly. Not yet. Harry frowned. But he will. Master Ven tilted her head. You fear becoming unreachable. Harry laughed once, small and bitter. I fear becoming something else people can point at. The words came out before he could stop them. The boy who lived, the Parselmuth, the possible heir of Slytherin, the troublemaker. The weapon Voldemort failed to kill, always something, never just Harry. Master Ven's projection flickered in the wind, though the wind could not touch her. The discipline I teach is not absence of self, she said, feels like it. Because you are beginning with restraint. Children with wounded hearts often mistake restraint for disappearance. Harry looked down. The stone beneath his fingers was cold. At the Dursleys, he said slowly. Being quiet was safer. Master Ven said nothing. Good. If she had said she was sorry, he might have stopped talking. If I didn't react, Uncle Vernon got bored quicker. If I stayed still, Dudley sometimes forgot I was there, not always, but sometimes. Harry swallowed. So I'm good at being quiet? Yes, he looked at her sharply. That's not a compliment. No, he looked away again. Below, the willow moved in the dark. Master Ven spoke gently. The holocron opened for you because you know stillness, but the stillness that helped you survive is not the same as peace. Harry closed his eyes. For one moment, he felt the tower beneath him, the old stones, the owl passing overhead, the sleeping castle, the distant roots of the willow, his own heartbeat. Then he felt the edge of something else, not nearby, not in the tower. A cold absence, far away and yet horribly familiar. The scar on his forehead prickled. Harry's eyes flew open, the awareness shattered. Master Ven's projection had gone very still. What was that? Harry whispered. She did not answer immediately. Again, she said, No, Harry. I said no. His voice shook. He hated that too. Master Ven lowered her hand. Very well. He pressed his palm against his scar. It did not hurt. That was worse. Pain had edges. This had none. It had felt like a hole in the world, like life bending around something that refused to belong to it, like silence with teeth. Was that Voldemort? Harry asked. Master Ven's expression changed at the name, not with recognition, but with understanding. The one who marked you? Harry nodded. I think so. She looked toward the horizon. I felt only the disturbance through your reaction, not the being itself. He's not a being. Harry said before he could stop himself. Master Ven looked back at him. Harry breathed hard. I don't know why I said that. Perhaps part of you does. The wind rose between them. Harry wrapped his arms around himself. I'm done for tonight. Yes, she said. You are. He picked up the holocron. Before the projection faded, Master Ven said one last thing. Remember this. Feeling darkness does not mean you must chase it. Harry said nothing, but he carried the words down the tower stairs with him. After that night, Harry stopped trying to improve quickly. Not because he was patient, he was not, but because he had felt the cost of reaching too far. The Force was not a shortcut. It was not an extra wand hidden inside his bones. It did not make him stronger every time he touched it. Sometimes it made him smaller. Sometimes it made him notice things he would rather ignore. The tremor in Neville's hands before potions. The loneliness behind Luna Lovegood's dreamy smile when older students whispered about her. The exhaustion in Professor McGonagall's shoulders when she thought no one was looking. The way Ron joked fastest when he felt poorest. The way Hermione corrected people most sharply when she was afraid of being dismissed. Feeling more did not make Harry calmer. At first, it made him angrier. But anger shattered the awareness, so he had to sit with it. That was the worst lesson, not defeating anger, not swallowing it, sitting with it, letting it exist without giving it the steering wheel. He hated that lesson, which probably meant he needed it. By the end of the year, Harry could do one thing reliably. He could pause, only for a second. But sometimes 1 second changed everything. When Malfoy insulted him, Harry paused before answering. When Snape baited him, Harry paused before reacting. When fear rose, Harry paused before letting it become a curse, a shout, a reckless decision. He did not always succeed. Sometimes he failed spectacularly. Once, after Draco made a joke about orphans, Harry nearly shoved him into a suit of armor. The only reason he did not was because Hermione grabbed his sleeve, and Ron stepped in front of him with a look that said, very clearly, not worth it. Mate, even though Ron himself looked ready to punch Malfoy through a window. Harry shook for 10 minutes afterward. Not because he had been afraid of Malfoy, because for 1 second he had wanted to hurt him calmly, not in rage, not in defense. Calmly, that frightened him more than losing his temper when he told Master Ven she did not comfort him. She did not condemn him either. She only said, "Good." Harry stared. "Good, you noticed. That's your answer." "It is the beginning of all answers." Harry sat in silence. Then he said, "The Jedi were annoying, weren't they?" Master Ven's face softened with old memory. "Frequently." The last night before summer holidays, Harry returned to the Whomping Willow, not close enough to be hit. He was learning, not stupid. Mostly, the air was warm now. The grass smelled of rain and earth. Hogwarts glowed behind him, alive with end-of-year noise. Trunks closing, students shouting, ghosts drifting through walls to complain about the shouting. Harry stood at the edge of the willow's reach and waited. The tree moved slowly. One branch lifted, only a little, an acknowledgement. Harry took the holocron from his pocket. Master Ven appeared in faint blue light. "You came to say goodbye," she said. "For summer?" "Yes." Harry looked toward the castle. "I can't take you to the Dursleys." "No." The answer came quickly. Harry looked at her. "You agree?" "The holocron should remain protected, and your relative's house is not safe for practice." Harry snorted. "That's one way to put it." The thought of Privet Drive made his chest tighten. The small bedroom, the locked cupboard, even if he no longer slept there. Aunt Petunia's thin mouth. Uncle Vernon's heavy steps. Dudley's laughter. No magic, no friends, no hum maybe. That last thought surprised him. Master Ven studied him. "The Force will not leave you because the holocron does." Harry looked down at the grass. "I barely have it with the holocron." "You do not have it at all." He rolled his eyes. "Right, because it's not mine." "Correct. You know, most teachers let students feel proud occasionally." "Pride is not forbidden," could have fooled me. "Attachment to achievement is dangerous." "That sounds like forbidden with extra words." The faint smile returned. Harry found himself smiling too. The willow rustled. For once he did not flinch. He closed his eyes, not reaching, not pushing, listening. The tree was there. Vast, rooted, violent, patient, the grass beneath him, the insects in the soil, the castle behind him full of life. The holocron before him, a small bright point wrapped around an old memory, and himself, not special, not chosen, not cursed, just breathing. 3 seconds passed. Then 5. Then 8. His scar prickled faintly, as if something far away had turned in its sleep. Harry opened his eyes before fear could break him. Master Ven watched. "How long?" he asked. 12 seconds. Harry tried not to look pleased, failed. Master Ven allowed it. The Whomping Willow lowered its branch again. Harry placed the holocron carefully into the hollow between 2 roots where he had first uncovered it. The roots shifted, slowly closing around it, not trapping it, but hiding it. The blue glow faded. Master Ven's projection dimmed. "Practice absence," she said. Harry frowned. "At the Dursleys?" "Especially there. I thought you said surviving stillness wasn't peace." "It is not, but you can learn the difference." "How?" The projection flickered. "Do not disappear to make others comfortable. Become still enough to remain yourself." Harry looked at her for a long moment, then he nodded once. "I'll try." "That is sufficient." The holocron went dark, the roots closed, the hum faded into the earth. Harry stood alone beneath the summer night. Behind him, Hogwarts laughed and shouted and packed itself into trunks. Ahead of him waited Privet Drive. For the first time, the thought did not feel like falling into a hole. It still frightened him. It still angered him. It still made something inside him want to run, shout, break, vanish. But beneath all of that, faint as the vibration under the willow's roots, there was a second feeling, a pause, a breath, a narrow space between what hurt him and what he became because of it. Harry put his wand back into his pocket. He turned toward the castle and walked back slowly, not because he was unafraid, but because he was learning that fear did not have to choose the speed of his steps. Chapter 3. Threads in the dark. Perception deepens. The connection changes. Harry returned to Hogwarts with 2 things he had not owned the year before. The first was a better trunk lock. Uncle Vernon had broken the old one during the 2nd week of summer after deciding that freakishness hidden in a box is still freakishness. He had not found the holocron because Harry had left it beneath the Whomping Willow, but he had found Harry's school books, which was apparently almost as offensive. The second thing Harry carried was harder to see, a pause. Not calm, not peace. Definitely not wisdom, just a pause. A thin space between what happened and what Harry did about it. It had not made the summer pleasant. Nothing could make Privet Drive pleasant except perhaps a meteor, and Harry had been trying not to develop destructive wishes into a personality trait. But the pause had helped. When Uncle Vernon shouted, Harry breathed before answering. When Dudley tried to trip him, Harry stepped aside instead of shoving him into the wall. When Aunt Petunia made comments about unnatural children, Harry listened to the words, felt the hurt rise, and did not let it choose his face. That last part was the hardest. By the end of August, Harry had learned something important. Stillness did not make pain disappear. It only stopped pain from grabbing the steering wheel. That sounded very wise when phrased properly. In practice, it mostly meant Harry spent the summer wanting to throw garden tools at people and not doing it. So when the Hogwarts Express pulled into Hogsmeade beneath a sky heavy with rain, Harry stepped onto the platform feeling almost light. Then Draco Malfoy spoke. "Well, Potter," Malfoy drawled from behind him, "you look terrible. Muggles finally stopped feeding you, or did your hair eat the rest of your face?" Ron immediately turned. "Want me to push him under the train?" Hermione sighed. "Ron!" "What? I said want me to, that's polite." Harry looked at Malfoy. The old response rose automatically. Anger, sharp and ready. He could insult Malfoy's father, his hair, his face, or perhaps all 3 if he had enough time before a teacher noticed. Instead, Harry paused, not because Malfoy deserved patience, he did not, but because Harry had begun to realize that reacting to Malfoy was like feeding a garden gnome. It only encouraged more squealing. Harry simply said, "Nice to see you too, Malfoy." Then he walked away. Ron stared at him, Hermione stared at him, Malfoy stared at him hardest of all. "That's it," Ron whispered as they followed the crowd toward the carriages. "That's it. You didn't even mention his face." "I'm trying something, being boring." "Maybe." Ron looked genuinely pained. "I don't support this growth." Hermione, however, watched Harry closely. She had been watching him that way all summer through letters. Not physically, of course, but Hermione could put suspicion into handwriting. Her questions had started normal. How are you? Are the Dursleys behaving? Are you keeping up with your reading? Then slowly became more precise. Are you still practicing whatever breathing exercise you mentioned? Do you want to explain what you meant by listening to quiet places? Harry, you understand that mysterious magical experiences should be reported to responsible adults, don't you? Harry had replied to that one with, yes, and nothing else. It had not helped. Now, as they climbed into a carriage, Hermione sat opposite him and folded her hands in her lap. Harry knew that pose. That was not Hermione sitting. That was Hermione preparing evidence. Ron dropped beside Harry, looked out at the empty space in front of the carriage, shivered, and said, "Still creepy, these things pulling themselves." Harry looked. For a second, the rain blurred the road. Then the world opened, not much, not fully, but enough. Something stood between the shafts. Tall, skeletal, winged. Its body was black and bony, its head dragon-like, its eyes pale and blank as misted glass. Rain ran along its thin neck. It shifted its weight and the carriage moved slightly. Harry's breath caught, the awareness vanished. The creature remained, he could see it. Not through the force, with his eyes. Harry slowly leaned back. Ron frowned. What? Nothing. Hermione's gaze sharpened. Harry, he shook his head. He had learned reluctantly that there were different kinds of strange. Some strange needed immediate explanation. Some strange needed time. And some strange sat between the carriage shafts looking like death had decided to become a horse. And Harry was absolutely not discussing that before dinner. The carriage rolled toward the castle. Rain tapped the roof. Hogwarts rose ahead of them, warm with lights, impossible and familiar. For the first time in months, Harry felt the buried hum again. Not from the castle exactly, from beneath the grounds, from the direction of the willow. Waiting. He did not go that night. That was new. Old Harry would have gone immediately. Old Harry had a talent for hearing dangerous, unknown, ancient object and interpreting it as midnight plans. But the pause had survived summer. Barely. He waited until the second evening, after classes, after dinner, after Ron had been distracted by a discussion about whether treacle tart counted as a complete meal. Hermione was in the library, naturally. The common room was loud enough to hide Harry slipping out through the portrait hole. The grounds were damp and dark. The whooping willow stood black against the cloudy sky. Harry approached carefully, stopping at the edge of its reach. One branch twitched. Harry raised both hands. "Just me." The branch lowered. The tree did not still completely this time. It watched him if a tree could watch. Harry had the distinct sense that the willow had allowed him past once and now expected him to prove he had not become stupid over the summer. Fair, he stepped between the roots. The hum rose. There, under the same place. The roots shifted slowly, parting just enough to reveal the holocron. Its gold edges were clean. No dirt clung to it. No worm had crawled over it. No root had crushed it. It looked as if it had been waiting for 5 minutes instead of several months. Harry lifted it. Blue light unfolded. Master Tithara then appeared. She looked at him for one long moment. "You grew." Harry blinked. "That's your greeting. You are taller. I had a summer." "Yes," she said. "I can see it was not gentle." Harry looked away. The willow creaked above them. "I practiced," he said. "I know." He looked back sharply. "How? The way you picked up the holocron, you did not snatch. You did not brace for punishment, not as much." Harry did not know what to say to that. Praise still made him uncomfortable. Accurate praise was worse. "I still can't do much," he said. Master Ven's expression remained calm. "Good," Harry groaned. "You really need new responses. You survived the summer without turning stillness into disappearance. That is more important than lifting stones." "I can't lift stones." "I know. Tiny stones. No, pebbles, not with the force." Harry sighed. The whooping willow rustled, and Harry had the uncomfortable feeling the tree was amused. Master Ven lifted one hand. "Sit. Here. Unless you would prefer the branches." Harry sat. The roots were uncomfortable beneath him. Moisture soaked through his robes almost immediately. Hogwarts training, Harry thought, involved a suspicious amount of sitting in places no one should sit. Master Ven's voice softened. "Close your eyes." He did. This time, darkness did not feel empty. The tree was loud, not noisy exactly, but vast. It filled the edge of Harry's awareness with root pressure, bark memory, sap slow movement, and a defensive violence that was not anger but instinct. The grass around him was quieter. Small lives moved underground. A bird settled in a nearby branch. Tense but not afraid, Harry breathed. The awareness held 3 seconds, 5, 10. The castle entered next, distant but enormous. Hundreds of lives inside it, layered and flickering, students, teachers. Ghosts were strange, not alive in the same way, but not absent either. They were like echoes refusing to fade. Harry tried not to reach. The moment he reached, the awareness trembled. He eased back better. Then his scar prickled, not pain, warning. The warmth around him thinned. Somewhere far beyond Hogwarts, beyond the grounds, beyond anything Harry could name, there was a gap, a tear. A cold place where the living web bent inward and did not return. Harry's body locked. The awareness sharpened, not because he controlled it, but because fear had focused him like a blade. The gap was not empty. That was the horror. It was occupied by something that felt like absence pretending to be a person. No breath, no warmth, no place in the weave. A dead thread tied to Harry's scar. Harry gasped and opened his eyes. The willow's branches had gone completely still above him. Master Ven's projection flickered violently. Harry pressed one hand against his forehead. "He's alive," he whispered. Master Ven did not ask who. That did not feel alive. Harry's mouth went dry. No. Voldemort had always been pain in Harry's mind, a flash of green, a laugh, a scar burning at the worst possible times. But this was different. This was not Voldemort as a memory, not Voldemort as fear. This was Voldemort as the Force perceived him, a wound that had learned to speak. Harry's stomach turned. What did he do to himself? Master Ven's eyes were grave. "I do not know." "He split his soul," Harry said. The words surprised him. He knew pieces of it. Guesses, things Dumbledore had not said but had left around like breadcrumbs. The diary. Tom Riddle's memory, the way evil in Hogwarts never felt like one thing but many echoes from the same throat. Master Ven went very still. "There are traditions," she said slowly, "that try to escape death by refusing wholeness." Harry looked up. Jedi traditions? No, her voice was colder now. Enemies of life in every age discover similar mistakes and call them genius. Harry looked toward the castle lights. "He's out there." "Yes. Can he feel me?" "Not through what you just did." Harry breathed out. "Are you sure?" No, that was not comforting, but Harry had asked. Master Ven lowered her hand. "You must not search for him." "I wasn't. You began to." Harry wanted to deny it. He could not. The moment he felt the absence, something in him had leaned toward it. Not curiosity, not courage, recognition, like touching a bruise to see if it still hurt. "I need to know where he is," Harry said. "No, you want certainty because fear without a target feels unbearable." Harry glared at her. "That sounds like something someone says when they're not the one with a dark lord attached to their head." The willow's roots shifted under him. Master Ven did not flinch. "You are correct." That stole some of his anger. She continued, quieter. "I do not know what it is to bear your scar. I know what it is to mistake vigilance for safety. They feel similar until you realize vigilance has eaten your life." Harry looked away. The scar still tingled faintly, not hurting, just there, always there. "What am I supposed to do?" "For tonight, sleep." "You say that a lot." "You ignore it a lot." Despite himself, Harry huffed. The holocron dimmed. Before Master Ven vanished, she said, "The dead thread is not your teacher." Harry understood enough to hate the warning. Classes settled around Harry like a familiar trap. Defense against the dark arts was better this year. That alone felt suspicious. Professor Lupin was tired, shabby, and soft-spoken, but he knew what he was doing. He did not smile like Lockhart. He did not turn lessons into performances. He did not speak to Harry as though waiting for a scar-shaped answer. He taught, properly, which was why, 2 weeks into term, he announced the revival of practical dueling exercises. Several older students groaned at once. A fifth-year Hufflepuff muttered, "Not again!" Lupin smiled faintly. "I'm aware Professor Lockhart's attempt at a dueling club left a memorable impression." Ron whispered. Memorable, Snape threw him across a stage. Harry whispered back. That was the best part. Hermione elbowed both of them. Lupin continued, this will not be a public spectacle. No raised platform, no dramatic lighting, and no professors attacking each other for educational value. A disappointed silence followed. Lupin's mouth twitched. The purpose is defensive awareness. Most students think dueling begins when a spell is cast. It does not. It begins before that. Posture, intention, distance, breath, fear, anger. A duel is often decided before the wand moves. Harry froze. Across the room, Hermione looked at him. He pretended not to notice. Lupin paired students by experience and temperament. Naturally, because Hogwarts had a sense of humor and it was cruel, Harry ended up opposite Draco Malfoy. Malfoy looked delighted. Don't worry, Potter, he said, rolling his wand between his fingers. I'll try not to embarrass you too badly. Harry sighed. You always try, Malfoy. That's what makes it sad. Ron made a choking noise from the side. Hermione mouthed Harry. Harry gave her a tiny shrug. Growth apparently had limits. Professor Lupin stepped between them, disarming only. No jinxes, no hexes, no creative interpretations of either word. Bow, Harry bowed. Malfoy made his bow insulting, which was impressive in a pathetic way. Ready? Harry lifted his wand. He tried to find the pause, not deep awareness, not full listening. That was impossible in a room full of students whispering and watching. Only breath, only Malfoy, do not reach, notice. Lupin stepped back. Begin, Malfoy moved. But before he moved, Harry felt something shift. Not a vision, not a voice, not the future opening. It was smaller than that. Malfoy's weight shifted onto his back foot. His shoulder tightened. His wrist prepared to snap forward. His eyes flicked slightly toward Harry's chest. Intent moved before action. Harry stepped left. Expelliarmus, Malfoy shouted. The spell flashed past Harry's shoulder and struck the floor behind him. Harry had not blocked, he had not countered, he had simply not been there. The room went quiet. Malfoy blinked. Harry blinked too. Lupin's eyes sharpened. Again, Malfoy snapped. Lupin nodded. Proceed! Malfoy's face tightened. This time he feinted right. Harry almost fell for it. Almost. The body told the truth after the face lied. Malfoy's elbow tucked inward. His wand angle dipped lower. He was aiming for Harry's legs. Harry stepped back. Expelliarmus. The spell missed again. Ron whispered. Blimey. Malfoy flushed. Stand still. That seems like a bad strategy, Harry said. Malfoy snarled and cast faster. This one Harry barely avoided. He felt the shift late, moved late, and the red light grazed his sleeve hard enough to spin him halfway around. Students gasped. Harry raised his wand by instinct. Expelliarmus! Malfoy's wand flew out of his hand and clattered against a desk. For 1 second, nobody spoke. Then Ron whooped. Yes. Lupin lifted a hand. Thank you, Mr. Weasley. Ron lowered his fist, grinning. Malfoy looked furious. Harry lowered his wand slowly. His heart was pounding, not from the duel, from the feeling. For 3 seconds, the room had made sense. Malfoy's body, Harry's own feet, the distance between them, the path of the spell. It had all arranged itself around him with terrifying clarity. Then it was gone, and Harry was just standing there, sweaty and shaken, while everyone looked impressed. That was dangerous, not the ability. The admiration. Harry knew the taste of it. He had felt it after Quidditch matches, after surviving things he had no business surviving, after people turned fear into cheers, because it was easier than asking what it had cost him. Lupin approached. Well done, he said quietly. Your footwork improved over the summer. Harry gave a small, helpless shrug. I practiced not getting hit. A useful discipline. Lupin's gaze held his for half a second too long. Harry wondered, suddenly, how much the professor had seen, not the force, surely not, but something. Lupin turned to the class. What Mr. Potter demonstrated is important. Defense is not always resistance. Sometimes the best shield is movement. Malfoy retrieved his wand with shaking hands. Harry looked at him and felt, unexpectedly, no triumph. Malfoy was angry, yes, humiliated. But beneath that was fear. Not fear of Harry exactly, fear of being seen failing, fear of going home with less than victory to report. Harry's awareness collapsed immediately. He looked away. He did not want to feel sorry for Draco Malfoy. That seemed like the beginning of a disease. After the lesson, Hermione cornered him near the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. Ron was with her, which meant this was not an interrogation, it was an ambush with witnesses. "How did you do that?" Hermione asked. Harry adjusted his bag. "Do what?" Ron groaned. "Mate, don't." "You dodged Malfoy like you knew where the spells were going." "I watched him." "You weren't looking at his wand half the time," Hermione said. Harry cursed internally. Hermione had many fine qualities. Being easy to mislead was not one of them. "I watched his body." Hermione's expression shifted. That, unfortunately, was true enough to interest her. "Body language, sort of." Ron looked baffled. "Malfoy has body language. Everyone has body language," Hermione said automatically. "Crabbe doesn't. He has body." Harry almost smiled. Hermione did not. "Harry," he looked at her. There it was again. Concern under the sharpness. He softened despite himself. "I'm not doing dark magic." "I didn't say you were. You were thinking it near the back." Hermione went still. Harry realized what he had said. Ron looked between them. "You can tell what people are thinking now." "No." The answer came too fast. Hermione's eyes narrowed. "No," Harry repeated slower. "I can't. I just know you." That was also true. After a moment, Hermione accepted it. Mostly, Ron scratched his chin. "So you're saying if I watch Malfoy's shoulders, I can dodge him too?" "Maybe." "Brilliant." Hermione sighed. "Ron, it's not that simple." Ron had already drawn his wand. "Try casting at me." "No, come on." "No." "Harry!" "No." Ron looked offended. "You people fear my growth." Harry laughed. The sound surprised him. It surprised Hermione too. Not because Harry never laughed, but because this one came easily. For half a breath, the corridor opened. Students moved around them in bright currents. Hermione's worry, Ron's warmth, footsteps, paintings, the draft beneath the tapestry, the castle's old stone humming softly under everything. Then at the edge of it, the cold thread, distant, faint, watching, no, not watching, existing wrong. Harry's laugh died. Hermione noticed immediately. "What?" Harry pressed 2 fingers to his scar. "Nothing." Ron's face changed. "Scar. It doesn't hurt." "That's not what I asked." Harry lowered his hand. Students passed around them, unaware that the corridor had suddenly become too narrow. "I felt something." Hermione's voice dropped. "Voldemort!" Ron flinched at the name, but less than he once would have. Harry nodded. "I think so." Hermione's face went pale. "Did you see anything?" "No." "Pain?" "No." "Then what?" Harry looked down the corridor. How could he explain absence? How could he explain that Voldemort felt less like a man hiding somewhere and more like a wound in a song? Like a missing note that made every other note uneasy. "He feels dead." Harry said. Ron swallowed. "Well, that's good, isn't it? Dead's better than alive." Harry shook his head. "No, not dead like gone." Hermione understood first. Her hand tightened around her books. "Dead like wrong." Harry nodded once. None of them spoke after that. That evening, Harry found Professor Lupin waiting for him outside the defense classroom. This was alarming, because Harry had not been heading there. He had been heading nowhere in particular, which adults often found suspicious. "Harry," Lupin said mildly, "do you have a moment?" Harry considered lying, then remembered Lupin was one of the few teachers who did not make him feel like a walking problem. "Yeah." The classroom was empty. The desks had been pushed back from the earlier dueling practice. Rain streaked the windows again, because apparently Hogwarts' weather-enjoyed mood setting. Lupin closed the door, but not all the way. Harry noticed that, not trapped, invited. It made him trust the professor more and irritated him for being so easily handled. Lupin leaned against his desk. "You moved very well today." "Thanks." "Not like Quidditch." Harry said nothing. Lupin's tired eyes studied him. "Quidditch movement is instinctive but broad. What you did today was precise. You responded before the spell was cast." Harry's fingers brushed his wand. "I watched Malfoy." "Yes." Lupin said. "I believe you did." That was worse than disbelief. Lupin believed the truth and still knew it was incomplete. The professor looked toward the rain. There are old defensive traditions that teach this. Not prediction, not prophecy, awareness, reading the breath before the shout. Harry looked at him sharply. "You know about that?" "I know about many things in books, fewer in practice." Not an answer, very adult. Lupin smiled faintly, as if he knew exactly what Harry was thinking. I'm not accusing you of anything. That's usually what people say before accusing me. Fair. Harry waited. Lupin's expression grew gentler. Just be careful. When a person becomes good at seeing danger early, they may start seeing danger everywhere. Harry thought of the dead thread. The warning landed too close. I already see danger everywhere. Lupin's face softened. Yes, he said quietly. I imagine you do. For a moment, something passed through the room that was not the Force but felt related to it. Recognition, perhaps. The tired kind carried by people who knew what it meant to be watched by their own fear. Lupin opened a drawer and removed a square of chocolate. Harry stared. Is that your solution? To most things? No, Lupin handed it to him. To looking like you might fall over? Often. Harry took it. Thanks. Harry, he paused near the door. Lupin's voice stayed mild but serious. Whatever you are learning, make sure it leaves room for your friends. Harry looked back. The same warning, different mouth, first Hermione, then Master Ven, now Lupin. Harry was beginning to dislike patterns. I'm trying, he said. Lupin nodded. That is usually where better things begin. Harry did not visit the Holocron for 3 days. He told himself it was because homework had increased. That was partly true. He told himself it was because the willow was dangerous in wet weather. That was probably also true. He told himself it had nothing to do with the fact that every lesson now seemed to circle the same fear. That was a lie, but at least it was a private one. On the 4th night he went. The willow admitted him. Master Ven appeared before he even sat. You avoided training. Harry dropped onto a root. Good evening to you too. You avoided training. Yes. Why? Harry looked at the Holocron. Because everyone keeps warning me. Good. There's that word again. Warnings are gifts from people who would rather not watch you suffer consequences. Harry picked at a loose thread on his sleeve. I moved before Malfoy cast. I know, of course you do. How? Harry explained, not the whole day, just the duel. Malfoy's shoulder, the weight shift, the wand angle, the 1-second opening. Master Ven listened without interrupting. When he finished, she nodded. Body intent reading. Is that Jedi? It is part of early awareness. It can become precognition in those deeply attuned, but yours is not that. Harry frowned. Feels like seeing the future. It is not. You are reading the present before it becomes obvious. That made sense. It also disappointed him slightly, which was embarrassing. Master Ven noticed because she noticed everything. True prophecy tempts the arrogant, she said. A 1-second warning teaches humility. Because it's almost useless. Because it is only useful if you are already paying attention. Harry leaned back against the trunk, so I can dodge Malfoy, sometimes. Not spells, casters. Harry looked at her. You said that like it matters. It matters completely. You do not sense magic forming. You sense a living being preparing to act. A trap will not warn you. A curse left on an object will not warn you. A spell cast from beyond your awareness will not warn you. A calm enemy will be harder to read. A dead thing may not be readable at all. Voldemort. Harry did not need to say it. Master Ven's expression told him she knew. He felt like absence again, Harry said. When, after the duel, in the corridor, were you afraid? Yes. Angry? Yes. Did you reach toward him? Harry hesitated. No. Master Ven waited. Harry sighed. A little. She nodded. Then the link sharpened because you fed it attention. Harry's stomach sank, so it's my fault. No, a wound hurts when touched. That does not mean the wound chose the blade. Harry stared at the dark roots. I hate when you make sense. That is common among students. For a while they sat in the hum of the willow. Then Harry asked, what does the Force see when it sees him? Master Ven's projection dimmed. I cannot see him directly through you, only the shape of what you feel. But if your description is accurate, he has made himself profoundly unnatural. He split his soul, Harry said again. This time the words felt more certain. Master Ven closed her eyes briefly. In my tradition, we believed all life returns to the Force, not as punishment, not as reward. As belonging, to mutilate the self to avoid that return, she opened her eyes. It is not immortality, it is refusal. Harry thought of Tom Riddle in the diary, handsome, smiling, empty behind the eyes. He always thought death was weakness. Many tyrants do, and Jedi don't fear death. Master Ven's face changed. Something old moved behind her expression. Jedi fear death. Anyone who says otherwise is selling a statue, not a person. The discipline is not the absence of fear. It is refusing to let fear make your choices. Harry looked at her. That sounds impossible. It is. Then why teach it? Because impossible things can still be approached. Harry snorted. You'd get along with Dumbledore. I am not certain that is praise. Harry blinked, then laughed. It startled him again, the ease of it. Master Ven smiled faintly. The willow rustled above them. For a moment, Harry let himself sit in the strange comfort of being beneath a violent tree, beside an ancient artifact, speaking to a dead woman about fear and tyrants. His life was ridiculous. At least it was consistently ridiculous. Then Master Ven lifted a hand. Again, Harry groaned. Training? Yes, I just had an emotional conversation. And now you will practice returning from it. He hated that she was right. He closed his eyes, the roots, the grass, the tree, his breath, the castle, the students, the scar. There, the absence waited at the edge of everything. Harry felt the instinct to turn toward it, to check, to chase, to know. Instead, he breathed not away from it, not toward it. He let it be present without making it the center. The dead thread remained, but it did not pull him. 3 seconds, 5, 10, 15. Harry opened his eyes slowly. Master Ven watched him. How long? 21 seconds. Harry stared. That was the longest yet. He should have felt proud. He did a little, but mostly he felt tired, not weak, not hollow, just aware of how much effort it took not to be ruled by a thing that had already hurt him. Master Ven bowed her head. Good. This time Harry did not complain about the word. The next dueling session came a week later. Lupin paired students differently. Harry ended up with Neville. Neville looked terrified. Sorry, he said before they began. Harry blinked. For what? In case I hit you. That's sort of the point. Oh, right. Neville lifted his wand with both hands. Harry felt the room. No, too much. He narrowed his attention. Neville's body was easier to read than Malfoy's because Neville announced every intention with his entire skeleton. His shoulders rose before he cast. His elbow trembled. His grip tightened 3 seconds too early. But something about that made Harry hesitate. Neville was not attacking. He was surviving the expectation of attack. Begin, Lupin said. Neville squeaked. Expelliarmus? Harry stepped aside gently. The spell missed by several feet. Some Slytherins laughed. Neville went red. Harry felt anger rise. Not at Neville, at the laughter. The awareness cracked. Harry turned his head toward the Slytherins. Malfoy was smirking. Harry's hand tightened around his wand. Pause, breath, choice. He turned back to Neville. Again, Harry said. Neville swallowed. You sure? Yeah, but don't look at my wand. Look at where you want the spell to go. Neville blinked. That's allowed. Harry smiled a little. I think so. The second spell came closer, the third closer still. By the fifth, Harry had to block. Pratigo, the shield flashed. Neville's spell bounced harmlessly into the ceiling, where it startled a hanging lantern. Neville stared. I nearly got you. You did. Neville smiled, not much, but enough. Harry felt the room shift, not with the force, with something simpler. A boy who had expected humiliation had been given proof he could improve. Lupin watched from nearby with a small, approving nod. Harry lowered his wand. For the first time, the 1-second warning did not feel like an advantage. It felt like a responsibility. Seeing early meant choosing what to do with the extra second. Against Malfoy, Harry had used it to win. Against Neville, he used it to make room. That felt more important, more frightening too. Because power that could be kind required more thought than power that merely struck back. And thinking was exhausting. That night, Harry dreamed of threads, not the prophecy dreams that came with scar pain, not memories. This was stranger. He stood in a dark space with no walls and no floor, surrounded by thousands of lines of light. Some were bright as sunlit water, some pulsed gently, some flickered weakly. They crossed and tangled and stretched into distances Harry could not see. One thread ran from his chest, green-black, wrong. It stretched into the dark. At the far end, something pulled. Harry grabbed the thread with both hands. It was cold. A voice laughed, not loud, not close. but familiar enough to turn his bones to ice. Harry woke with his scar burning. This time it hurt. He sat up, choking on air. The dormitory was dark. Ron slept nearby. Rain tapped the windows. Everything was normal. The pain faded quickly, too quickly. Harry reached for his glasses with shaking hands. Then he heard the hum, not from the willow, not from the holocron, from himself. No, from everything around him. For one suspended moment, Harry felt the sleeping boys in the room. Ron, Neville, Seamus, Dean, alive, warm, present. He clung to that. Not to the dead thread, to the living ones. The scar pain vanished. Harry sat in the dark until dawn, one hand near his wand, breathing slowly. When Ron woke and saw him already sitting up, he frowned. "You look awful." Harry managed a weak smile. "Nice to see you too." Ron pushed himself up on one elbow. "Nightmare?" Harry hesitated, then nodded. Ron did not ask for details. He just reached under his bed, pulled out a slightly crushed chocolate frog, and tossed it over. Harry caught it. "Breakfast before breakfast," Ron said. "Works for everything." Harry looked at the smashed packet, then at Ron. The living thread beside him glowed warm in his memory. "Thanks." Ron shrugged and flopped back down. Harry sat there with the chocolate frog in his hand and understood something he had missed before. The Force was not teaching him to become untouchable. It was teaching him to notice what still touched him. Voldemort was a dead thread, but Ron was not. Hermione was not. Neville was not. Hogwarts was not. The world was not. And maybe that was why Voldemort felt so horrifying now. Not because he was powerful, but because he had made himself unreachable to the very thing that made life life. Harry opened the chocolate frog. It jumped weakly. He caught it before it escaped. Then, for the first time after a nightmare, he laughed before the fear could settle into his bones. Not loudly, not bravely, just enough. A small sound in the dark, a living one. Chapter 4, The Silence Becomes Dangerous, The Ethical Rupture, Force Persuasion and Its Cost. By Harry's 5th year, Hogwarts had become harder to hear, not quieter, never quieter. The school was full of noise now. Whispers followed him through corridors. Newspapers rustled shut when he entered rooms. Students stopped talking too quickly. Teachers smiled too carefully. Even the portraits seemed to lower their voices when he passed, as if the castle itself had learned suspicion from the ministry. But beneath all that noise, the hum of the living world had become strained. Harry felt it everywhere. Fear had a shape. He knew that now. It tightened shoulders. It shortened breath. It made laughter come too loudly and silence last too long. It turned groups of students into separate islands, each one pretending not to look at the others. After Cedric Diggory died, after Voldemort returned, after the ministry decided that truth was inconvenient, and Harry Potter was easier to discredit than believe, the entire castle felt like a room holding its breath. And then Dolores Umbridge arrived. She did not feel like Voldemort. That was the first thing Harry noticed. Voldemort was absence, a dead thread. A wound that had torn itself away from life and remained attached to the world only through hunger. Umbridge was alive, very alive. That made her worse in a smaller, uglier way. She was not empty. She was full of herself. Full of certainty, full of rules, full of a pink, polished satisfaction that moved through the Force like syrup over a trapped insect. Her presence was not dark like Voldemort's. It was not vast or ancient or cold. It was small, cruel, orderly, and absolutely convinced it was righteous. The first time Harry sat in her defense against the dark arts classroom, he knew before she opened her mouth that he was going to hate her. The room smelled of fresh parchment, chalk, and something floral that reminded him of old ladies who pinched cheeks too hard. The walls were decorated with plates covered in moving kittens. Their tiny painted paws batted at butterflies. Their eyes followed the students with glassy sweetness. Ron stared at them in horror. "Those cats know things," he whispered. Hermione elbowed him. Umbridge stood at the front in a fluffy pink cardigan, hands folded, smile wide enough to show teeth but not warmth. "Good morning, class." A few students mumbled back. Her smile tightened. "I said, good morning, class." "Good morning, Professor Umbridge," the class replied, louder. Harry felt it immediately, not magic, pressure, a small demand wrapped in politeness. obey the shape. Speak the words. Make the room match her idea of the room. It was not forced persuasion, not even close, but it lived in the same neighborhood of violation. Harry's jaw tightened. Umbridge's eyes moved to him. "Something to add, Mr. Potter," the old Harry would have answered. The angry Harry wanted to. The Harry who had trained beneath the Whomping Willow heard Master Ven's voice in memory. Pause. Harry breathed in. "No, Professor." The class shifted. Ron glanced at him. Hermione looked relieved. Umbridge looked disappointed. That was when Harry understood something unpleasant. Umbridge did not merely want obedience. She wanted resistance she could punish. And Harry, who had spent years reacting like flint struck against steel, was exactly the sort of student she had come prepared to burn. So he tried not to give her sparks. For 3 weeks, he tried. He sat through useless theory lessons, while Umbridge informed them that defensive spells were unnecessary in a properly ordered society. He swallowed comments until they felt like stones behind his teeth. He endured her little coughs, her pink smiles, her careful insults, her repeated insistence that Cedric's death had been a tragic accident. The pause helped, at first. Then the pause began to change. It stretched, it hardened. Harry did not explode, he did not shout. He did not throw chairs, hex Slytherins, or storm out of classrooms. He became quiet, too quiet. Ron noticed first, not Hermione, which surprised Harry. Hermione noticed details, but Ron noticed the shape of Harry's moods the way one notices weather before rain. He did not always have words for it, but he felt the change. It happened one evening in the common room after another defense class. Ron was sprawled in an armchair, pretending to revise while actually balancing a sugar quill on his upper lip. Hermione had 3 books open and an expression that suggested she was personally offended by the ministry's education policy. Harry sat near the fire, staring into the flames, not listening to them. Not exactly. Fire still felt like hunger. But now he could sit near it without reaching, without trying to understand. The warmth brushed his face. The common room moved around him. Students laughed, argued, turned pages, whispered about Umbridge's latest educational decree. He felt it all at the edge of awareness. And felt nothing in response. That was the problem. Ron lowered the sugar quill, mate. Harry did not look up. "Yeah, you all right?" "Fine." Ron frowned. Hermione's quill paused. Ron sat forward. "You've said fine so much lately it's starting to sound like a curse word." Harry looked at him. "I'm fine." There it is again. Hermione closed one book slowly. "Ron's right." Ron blinked. "Sorry, can we pause for that? I want witnesses." Hermione ignored him. "You've been controlled." Harry almost laughed. "That's bad now." "No," Hermione said carefully, "but you're not calm, you're shut." The word landed harder than Harry expected. Shut like a door, like a cupboard. His fingers curled against his knee. "I'm trying not to make things worse." Ron's face softened, but his voice stayed blunt. "You're trying not to be you." Harry looked away. That might help everyone. The room seemed to dim. Hermione's expression changed. "Harry," he stood too quickly. "I'm going to bed." "It's 7, Ron said. "I'm tired." He left before either of them could answer. That was another thing the pause had taught him. Leaving was sometimes better than fighting. But lately, he had begun using it the same way he once used anger. As escape. Master Ven did not approve. Harry knew this before she said anything. He had taken the holocron from its hiding place beneath the willow that night, sitting under the branches while rain tapped softly against the leaves. The tree had admitted him without hesitation now. It still felt dangerous, but the danger had become familiar. Master Ven appeared in blue-white light, her face grave. "You are quieter," she said. Harry leaned against a root. "That's the idea, isn't it?" "No." He looked up. Her expression did not change. "The discipline is not to become less alive." Harry gave a short laugh. "Could have fooled me. Then I have taught poorly." That made him uncomfortable. He did not like when adults accepted fault. It left him with nowhere to put his anger. He picked at the damp grass. "Umbridge wants me angry." "Yes." "So I don't get angry." "No," Master Ven said. "You hide your anger from yourself and call the hiding wisdom." Harry's head snapped up. "That's not fair." It is not meant to be fair. It is meant to be accurate. The willow shifted above them. Harry stood. She lies every day. She sits there smiling and tells everyone Voldemort isn't back. She calls Cedric's death an accident. She treats us like children who should be grateful for being useless. And if I react, she wins. Yes. So what do you want me to do? Feel the anger. Harry stared at her. That's your advice? Yes, that's terrible advice. It is incomplete advice. Feel it, name it, do not hand it your wand. Harry looked away. The rain made the roots slick. The earth smelled dark and clean. I thought Jedi weren't supposed to be angry. Jedi are angry often. That's not what you said before. It may not be what you heard before. Harry glared at her. Master Ven continued, softer now. Anger is information. It tells you something has been wounded, threatened, or dishonored. But anger is a poor ruler. If you deny it, it governs from the shadows. If you worship it, it burns the house down. Harry sat again heavily. I don't know how to do that. Good, he groaned. Please stop saying good when I'm miserable. You are aware of the difficulty. That is better than being certain. Harry leaned his head back against the bark. I hate this. Yes, I hate her. Yes. I hate that everyone thinks I'm lying. Yes. I hate that Cedric died and somehow I'm the problem. Master Ven said nothing. The force around them shifted, not because she did anything, because Harry stopped swallowing the words. His chest hurt. His throat hurt. For a moment he thought he might cry, which immediately made him furious with himself. Then Master Ven said, There. Harry closed his eyes. The anger was there, hot, sharp, humiliating, but beneath it was grief, Cedric falling, Cedric's empty eyes, the graveyard. Voldemort rising from a cauldron like something that should have stayed dead. The laughter, the command, the green light. Harry's hands shook. The awareness trembled. Usually this was where it broke. This time Master Ven's voice came gently. Do not push it away. I can't hold it. No. You are being asked to sit beside it. That's stupid. Yes. Despite everything, a broken laugh escaped him. The awareness did not shatter, it bent for a few seconds. Harry felt the willow, the rain, the grass, the holocron, his own anger, his own grief, all at once. Then it collapsed, and he gasped like he had come up from underwater. Master Ven bowed her head. Better. Harry wiped his face quickly with his sleeve. I still hate her. I would be concerned if you did not. That surprised him. He looked up. Master Ven's expression was sadder than usual. Peace is not liking cruelty. Peace is not smiling while someone poisons a room. Peace is clarity. Sometimes clarity says, this is wrong. Harry breathed out slowly. That helped, not enough, but enough to return to the castle. Dumbledore's army began because Umbridge was wrong. That was the simplest version. The longer version involved Hermione's planning, Ron's loyalty, Harry's reluctance, and the general fact that teenagers told they were not allowed to learn defensive magic during a war tend to become very interested in defensive magic. The Hog's Head meeting went badly in all the predictable ways. The pub smelled like goats and old smoke. Several students looked as though they regretted coming the moment they sat down. Zacharias Smith spoke too much. Luna Lovegood wore radish earrings and listened as if everyone else was missing the obvious melody under the conversation. Harry stood before them and felt every doubt in the room. It was awful, not because the doubts were unfair, because some of them were completely fair. He was 15. He had survived things, yes, but survival was not teaching. Sometimes survival was just luck wearing a dramatic cloak. But Hermione looked at him. Ron nodded once. And Harry remembered Neville nearly smiling after his spell came close, so he taught. The room of requirement became their refuge. The first time Harry walked past the blank stretch of wall 3 times, thinking, we need a place to learn. We need a place where she can't stop us. We need a place to fight back properly. The door appeared as if the castle itself had been waiting for someone to ask honestly. Inside, the room was perfect, not luxurious, useful, cushioned floor. Shelves of defensive books, practice dummies, space enough for movement, lamps that burned warm and steady. Harry stood in the doorway and felt something he had not felt in weeks. Hope, not loud, not easy, but alive. The DA changed the hum of Hogwarts slowly. Students still feared Umbridge, but fear no longer held the whole shape of them. In the room, they stumbled, laughed, failed, tried again. Neville improved. Ginny was terrifyingly good with hexes. Luna cast as if the spell had politely asked permission first. Ron worked hard and complained harder. Hermione learned quickly, then became annoyed when others did not, then learned to teach them anyway. Harry found that teaching required the same extra second dueling did, seeing early, noticing when someone needed correction, encouragement, silence, or a joke. Noticing when fear hid behind arrogance. Noticing when a student was about to quit and giving them one more try before they did. For the first time, the Force felt useful without feeling like a weapon. Then Umbridge found the corridor, not the room, not yet, but the corridor. It happened in late November, on a wet evening when the stones smelled of cold rain and everyone's shoes squeaked. Harry was leading a small group toward the 7th floor. Neville, Ginny, Luna, and 2 Hufflepuffs who kept looking over their shoulders. They turned the corner and stopped. A student stood near the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. Not just any student. Eddie Carmichael, 6th-year Ravenclaw, member of the newly bloated Inquisitorial Squad, wearing a shiny badge and the expression of someone who had been given authority and was trying to figure out how to make it look natural. Harry stopped so quickly Neville bumped into him. Eddie turned. "Oh," he said too loudly. "Potter." Harry felt the others tense behind him. The corridor narrowed in his awareness. Eddie's hand twitched toward his pocket, not wand, whistle. Umbridge had given the squad whistles, because apparently evil could be ridiculous and still dangerous. Harry's wand was in his sleeve. He could stun Eddie. No, too loud, too obvious, too much. He could lie, but Eddie was already suspicious. He could walk away, but Eddie had seen the group. Harry felt the force around Eddie, nervous, eager, uncertain. He did not hate Harry, not really. He wanted approval. He wanted to matter. He wanted Umbridge to know he had done well. Weak-willed, no. Emotionally open, yes. Master Ven's old warning surfaced. Some can touch the surface of another mind. Do not try. Harry stepped forward, close, too close. Eddie blinked. "What are you doing up here?" Eddie demanded. Harry heard his own voice before he fully decided to use it. "We're not worth reporting." The words were quiet, not magical, no wand, but he pushed with them, not hard, just enough, a suggestion shaped around Eddie's own uncertainty. Eddie's eyes unfocused for half a second. Harry felt it. A shift. A door inside another person moving because Harry had placed his hand against it. His stomach turned. Eddie frowned. "You're not worth reporting." Behind Harry, Ginny inhaled sharply. Harry kept his voice soft. "You saw us heading back to Gryffindor Tower." "I saw you heading back," Eddie repeated slowly. Neville's face had gone pale. Luna watched Harry with wide, unreadable eyes. Harry stepped back. The pressure broke. Eddie blinked several times. "Right," he said, confused. "Well, don't loiter." He walked away. No whistle, no alarm, no Umbridge. The corridor remained silent after he left. Harry's heart hammered. Neville whispered, "What was that?" "Nothing," Harry said. Ginny's eyes narrowed. "That was not nothing." Luna tilted her head. It felt like when someone changes the song but pretends they didn't. Harry looked at her. That was much too accurate. "We need to go," he said. No one argued. The room appeared for them, but the lesson that night went badly. Harry's instructions were too sharp. He corrected people before mistakes happened. He disarmed Zacharias Smith so fast the boy nearly fell over. He praised no one. The room's hope, usually warm and messy, thinned into unease. Afterward, Hermione caught him as the others left. "What did you do?" Harry froze. Ron, who had been stacking cushions, looked over. "What?" Hermione's face was pale with anger and concern. "In the corridor. Ginny told me there was an Inquisitorial Squad member. She said you spoke to him and he just changed his mind." Harry said nothing. Ron came closer. "Harry!" It was nothing. Hermione's voice hardened. "Don't!" That one word stopped him, not because it was loud, because it was hurt. Harry looked away. "I suggested he leave us alone, with magic." "No." "With what then?" Harry's silence answered too much. Ron stared at him. "You can do that now." "No." Harry said quickly. "Not really, not on everyone. It barely worked." Hermione looked horrified. "That is not the reassuring part of the sentence. He was going to report us." So you changed his mind? I nudged it. Ron made an uncomfortable sound. Hermione's eyes flashed. Harry, that's still his mind. The words landed like a slap. Harry's anger rose instantly. He's working for Umbridge. That doesn't make him furniture. I didn't hurt him. You don't know that. I saved the DA. Hermione stepped back. Ron looked between them like he wanted to help, but had no idea which fire to throw water on first. Harry's chest burned. The pause was there. He ignored it. You think I wanted to? He snapped. You think I enjoyed it? Hermione's voice shook. I think you're scared and powerful and starting to decide those two things give you permission. Silence struck the room. Even Ron went still. Harry felt the sentence enter him and find something true. He hated it, so he reached for anger. Anger was easier than shame. You don't understand. Hermione's face closed. No, she said quietly. I don't think I do. She left. Ron stayed. For a moment, Harry thought Ron might defend him. Instead, Ron looked at the door Hermione had used, then back at Harry. She's not wrong, mate. Harry turned away. Ron's voice softened. She's not all right either, but she's not wrong. Harry said nothing. Ron sighed. I'm going to make sure she doesn't hex a bookshelf. He left too. Harry stood alone in the room of requirement. The practice dummies watched without eyes. The lamps burned steady. And Harry, who had faced Voldemort and basilisks and dementors, realized he was afraid to go beneath the willow because he already knew what Master Ven would say. He went anyway, not that night. Cowardice won that night. He lay awake behind his bed curtains, staring into darkness, hearing Hermione's words again and again. That's still his mind. By morning, he had decided not to use it again. By lunch, Umbridge announced a new decree requiring all student gatherings of 3 or more to be approved by her office. By dinner, 3 younger Gryffindors had been questioned for suspicious hallway patterns, which was apparently something a person could say with a straight face if they wore enough pink. By the next DA meeting, 2 inquisitorial squad members blocked the 7th floor corridor. One was Warrington from Slytherin, broad-shouldered, mean-eyed, and not at all emotionally open. The other was a nervous 4th year Harry did not know. The group froze around the corner. Ron whispered a word Mrs. Weasley would not have appreciated. Hermione was not looking at Harry. That hurt more than if she had glared. Harry assessed the corridor. Warrington would not be easy. Too suspicious. Too pleased with himself. Too rooted in the role. The 4th year, though, he kept shifting his weight. He did not want to be there. He wanted the badge without the confrontation. He wanted someone else to make the choices. Harry felt the opening, small, possible, wrong. He stepped forward before Hermione could stop him. Harry, she hissed. He ignored her. Warrington straightened. Potter, meetings cancelled. Harry looked past him to the younger boy. What's your name? The boy blinked. Andrew, Warrington frowned. Don't answer him. Harry softened his voice. You don't want trouble, Andrew. Andrew swallowed. No, you didn't see us. The push came easier this time, too easy. Andrew's eyes clouded. Harry felt the door move. You didn't see us, Andrew repeated. Warrington turned sharply. What are you doing? Harry shifted his focus. Not to Warrington's mind, to his body. Warrington's hand went for his wand. Harry moved first. Expelliarmus! Warrington's wand flew from his hand. At the same moment, Ron shouted, Stupefy! The red light hit Warrington in the chest and dropped him flat. The corridor exploded into motion. Inside. Harry snapped. The room appeared. Students rushed through. Ron dragged Warrington in by the back of his robes. Hermione grabbed Andrew by the sleeve and pulled him inside too, breaking Harry's line of sight. The moment Andrew crossed the threshold, the suggestion snapped. He blinked, looked around at 20 frightened students and said, "Oh no." Harry felt sick. The room changed. The cushions vanished. The practice dummies shifted aside. A small corner appeared with chairs, blankets, and a table holding water. The room had understood what Harry had not wanted to admit. This was not a lesson anymore. This was a crisis. Andrew began shaking. I didn't want to report anyone, he said quickly. Umbridge said if we didn't help, she'd check our family's records. My dad works at the ministry. I didn't. Hermione guided him into a chair. You're all right. He looked at Harry. You said something. Harry could not answer. Andrew touched his forehead as if checking whether something had been removed. You made me not see. The room went silent. Ron looked at Harry, not angry. Worse, worried, Hermione stood slowly. Harry, he backed away. I had to. No, she said, I did. No, the word cracked through the room. Harry's anger flared. Would you rather Umbridge caught us? Would you rather everyone here get punished? I would rather you stop deciding people's choices for them. He was with them. He was afraid. So are we. Yes, Hermione shouted. And that is exactly why this matters. The room froze. Hermione's eyes were wet now, though her voice stayed sharp. If we become the sort of people who use fear as permission, then what are we defending? Harry stared at her. No one moved. Even Warrington, unconscious on the floor, contributed more emotional maturity to the room than usual by remaining silent. Harry looked at Andrew. The boy would not meet his eyes. That was worse than fear. It was violation. A small one, perhaps. Temporary, reversible, but real. Harry's throat went dry. I'm sorry, he said. The words sounded thin. Andrew nodded too quickly that made it worse. Hermione turned away. Ron stepped closer, lowering his voice. Mate, you need to stop. Harry looked at him. I know. Ron shook his head. No, I mean really stop. Not feel bad and do it again when things get bad. Stop. Harry had no defense, so he did what he had learned to do when shame rose too quickly. He became still, too still. Ron noticed. His expression changed. Don't do that. Harry blinked. Do what? That, the wall thing. Harry said nothing. Ron's jaw tightened. You haven't lost your temper in weeks, not properly. It's like talking to a wall sometimes. There it was. The words Harry had known would come. They still hurt. Ron continued, rough but honest. I know you're trying. I know Umbridge is awful. I know you know who is back and everyone's being stupid about it. But sometimes it feels like you're not here with us. Like you're watching everything from somewhere else. Harry's hands curled. The room seemed too bright, too full, too alive. I'm trying not to hurt people. Ron glanced at Andrew. Yeah, well, Harry flinched. Ron immediately looked guilty, but he did not take it back. Good, he should not. Hermione returned, voice controlled. We need to modify their memories. Harry's head snapped up. Hermione held his gaze, properly, with consent if possible, and only enough to protect the DA. Professor-level work would be better, but we don't have that, so we don't do anything unless they agree. Andrew whispered, I agree. Warrington, when revived, did not agree to anything and attempted to punch Ron. Ginny Bat Bogey hexed him before anyone else moved. The room somehow produced a locked storage cupboard. No one commented on this. Eventually, they decided not to alter Warrington at all. Too risky. Too wrong. Instead, they left him stunned long enough to relocate the next meetings and sent an anonymous note to Professor McGonagall stating that a Slytherin student had been found unconscious after an unfortunate misunderstanding involving a loose suit of armor. It was not elegant. It was not moral perfection. It was Hogwarts. Andrew chose to say he had panicked and run when Warrington was attacked from behind. Harry did not persuade him. He barely spoke. When the meeting finally ended, students left in small groups, shaken and quiet. Hermione did not look at Harry. Ron did, but only once. That was enough. Master Ven's rebuke was worse because she did not shout. Harry knelt beneath the willow long after midnight, the holocron hovering before him, rain dripping from his hair. He told her everything, not because he wanted to, because if he hid the worst parts, the lesson would become another lie. Master Ven listened. When he finished, she was silent for so long Harry began to wish she would yell. Finally, she said, Force persuasion is not a trick. Harry stared at the roots. I know. No, you know now that it has consequences. That is not the same as knowing what it is. Harry swallowed. She continued. It is a surgical violation of sovereignty, even when brief, even when subtle, even when used for reasons that can be defended. Harry closed his eyes. The words cut clean, surgical violation. That was exactly what it had felt like, a hand placed on a door that was not his. I didn't mean to hurt him. I believe you. That made it worse. If you thought cruelty was required, you would be easier to correct. Harry looked up. Master Ven's face was sad and stern. The danger is not that you enjoyed harm. The danger is that you believed necessity had purified the act. Harry's voice came out small. They would have found us. Perhaps people would have been punished. Yes, so what should I have done? I do not know. Harry stared. You don't know? No, that's not helpful. It is honest. The willow groaned softly above them. Master Ven's projection flickered, then steadied. Ethics are easiest when the alternative is simple. You are at war, though adults have refused to name it. You are children being hunted by institutions that should protect you. There may be moments when every choice wounds something. Harry's throat tightened. Then why rebuke me? Because pain does not erase violation. Because war explains urgency, not entitlement. Because if you must cross a line, you must know you crossed it. You do not get to rename it courage and move on. Harry bowed his head. Rain ran down his face. Or maybe not only rain. I'm not a Jedi. No, I'm not even trying to be one. Good. He gave a wet, humorless laugh. There it is. Master Ven's voice softened. Harry, I do not need you to become Jedi. I need you to understand why the Jedi failed. He looked up slowly. She had never said it that plainly. They failed? Yes. How, in many ways, but one was this. We became very skilled at doing terrible things calmly when we believed peace required them. Harry felt cold. Master Ven's blue light seemed dimmer now. We took children from families because attachment was dangerous. We entered mines because the cause was urgent. We commanded armies because the alternative was worse. Each choice had reasons. Some reasons were good. Many were necessary. But necessity became a language we used to stop hearing the wound. Harry thought of Andrew's unfocused eyes, of Eddie repeating his words, of Hermione's voice. That's still his mind. Did you use it? Harry asked. Master Ven did not pretend not to understand. Yes. Did you regret it? Yes. Did you do it again? Her silence answered. Harry looked away. The rain grew heavier. The willow's branches shielded them from some of it, but not all. What do I do now? Harry asked. You apologize where apology can be received. You repair what can be repaired. You do not use persuasion again until you understand the weight of it. And if someone is about to die, Master Ven's expression tightened, then you will choose with the knowledge that no choice is clean simply because it is desperate. Harry hated that answer. He also trusted it more than comfort. For a while, neither spoke. Then Harry said, Ron thinks I'm becoming a wall. Are you? Harry closed his eyes. He felt for the answer, not with the force, with honesty. Yes, the word hurt. Master Ven bowed her head once. Then become a door. Harry opened his eyes. That sounds like one of Dumbledore's lines. Is it useful? Annoyingly. A wall protects by refusing passage. A door protects by choosing when to open. Harry wiped his face. I don't know how. No, but you noticed the wall. And that's the beginning of all answers. Her faint smile returned. You are learning. Harry huffed. Unfortunately. The next day, Harry apologized to Andrew, properly, not in front of everyone, not with excuses. He found him outside the library, looking nervous enough to bolt. Harry stopped several feet away, enough distance to make clear he would not step closer unless allowed. Andrew. The younger boy stiffened. Harry kept his hands visible. I'm sorry. Andrew did not answer. Harry forced himself not to fill the silence. That was harder than expected. Finally, Andrew said, Did you do it because I'm weak? The question hit harder than accusation would have. No, Harry said. Then stopped. Truth. Partly, he admitted. Not weak, scared, open. I used that. I shouldn't have. Andrew looked down. My dad says I fold too easily. Harry felt something twist in his chest. That doesn't make what I did right. Andrew swallowed. Can you do it now? Yes. Fear flickered across the boy's face. Harry hated himself for causing it. I won't. How do I know you don't? Andrew looked up. Harry made himself hold the gaze. But I'm telling you anyway. I won't use it on you again. Andrew studied him for a long moment, then nodded once. It was not forgiveness. Good. Harry did not deserve easy forgiveness. But it was something, a first repair. Ron was harder, not because Ron held grudges longer, he did not. Ron's anger was usually like summer rain, loud, sudden, and gone once it had soaked everyone. But this time he was quiet, that frightened Harry more. They were in the dormitory after lights out. Neville slept. Dean turned pages under his blanket with a hidden wand light. Seamus snored. Harry sat on his bed, curtains open. Ron lay on his back, staring upward. I apologized to Andrew, Harry said. Ron did not move. Good. Silence. Harry gripped the blanket. I'm sorry to you too. Ron turned his head. You didn't use it on me. Harry looked down. No, Ron's expression changed. The room seemed to drop several degrees. Harry, I didn't. But you thought about it. Harry closed his eyes. The pores opened. This was where a lie would be easy, small, protective, understandable, wrong. Yes. Harry whispered. Ron sat up slowly. Harry could not look at him. When, in the room, when you told me to stop? Ron said nothing. Harry forced himself to continue. I wanted you to stop looking at me like that, like I'd scared you, and for a second I thought, his throat tightened. I thought I could make the conversation easier. Ron's face had gone pale. Harry rushed on. I didn't do it. I know. No, I know, Ron said sharply. I'm still allowed to be bothered. Harry shut his mouth. Ron dragged both hands through his hair. Bloody hell. I'm sorry. Yeah, you said. The word stung. Harry accepted it. Ron looked at him, anger and hurt tangled together. Do you know what the worst part is? Harry shook his head. You told me. Harry blinked. Ron laughed once without humor. No, I mean it. If you hadn't, I'd never know. That's what's messed up. You could have kept that forever. You could do it, and maybe I wouldn't even know if you did it right. Harry felt sick. I won't. Ron stared at him. Harry met his eyes. I won't. Because your Jedi ghost said not to. Harry froze. Ron's expression sharpened. Yeah, I'm not thick, mate. Harry said nothing. Ron lowered his voice. I don't know what you found under that tree. Hermione probably has theories with footnotes, but I know you. You've been sneaking out, doing weird breathing, moving like you can hear people blink, and now apparently talking people into forgetting things without a wand. Harry tried to speak. Ron held up a hand. No, I'm not asking tonight. I'm too angry to be smart about it. That was possibly the most self-aware thing Ron had ever said, he continued. But whatever this is, if it makes you think you have to become less human to survive, then it's rubbish. Harry looked down. It's not supposed to. Then stop using it that way. Silence settled, not empty, full. Harry nodded. I'll try. Ron lay back down. After a moment he said, and if you ever use it on me, I'll punch you. Harry almost smiled. Fair. I mean it, I know. Ron turned over, facing away. Then, softer, he added, and then I'll probably forgive you eventually, which is annoying, so don't make me. Harry's throat tightened. I won't. This time Ron did not answer, but the silence felt less like a wall, more like a door not yet open that was enough for one night. Hermione forgave differently, which meant she did not forgive immediately and instead gave Harry reading material. 3 days after the incident, she dropped a stack of books in front of him at breakfast. Ron flinched. Is that punishment? Yes, Hermione said. Harry looked at the titles. Ethics of Enchantment, Consent and Compulsion in Magical Law, The Imperious Curse, Historical Failures of Detection. His stomach sank. Hermione, you're going to read them? I know. And then we're going to talk. I know. Her expression softened by 1 degree. Good. Ron leaned over and whispered, honestly, mate, I'd rather get punched. Harry opened the first book. He deserved it. The reading was horrible, not because it was boring, because it was clear. Wizarding Society had spent centuries discussing the horror of magical compulsion, then somehow built dozens of socially acceptable ways to pressure, charm, confuse, bind, and manipulate people, while pretending only unforgivables counted as true violations. Harry began to see why Master Ven's rebuke had been so sharp. People were very good at creating categories that made their own actions look cleaner. The Force did not care about categories. A door moved, or it did not. A will was touched, or it was not. When Hermione finally sat with him in the library, she did not start by scolding. That made Harry more nervous. Did you read them? Yes. All of them? Yes. Ron, sitting nearby for moral support, and also because Hermione had threatened him with homework if he left, whispered, he did. It was unnatural. Hermione ignored him. What did you learn? Harry looked at the table. That people excuse mind magic when it's convenient. Hermione waited. And that saying it wasn't an unforgivable doesn't make it harmless. She nodded, and Harry swallowed. That if I can do something like that without a wand, people have even less chance to defend themselves. Hermione's face softened. Yes, I'm sorry, I know. He looked up. She was still hurt, but she was there, that mattered. I don't know what to do with it, Harry admitted. Hermione folded her hands. Then don't use it until you do. That's what Master Venn said. Ron pointed at him, knew there was a ghost. She's not a ghost. That's exactly what a ghost would want us to think. Hermione stared at Harry. Master Venn, Harry closed his eyes briefly. The door opened, not completely, but enough. I found something under the Whomping Willow in second year. Ron's mouth fell open. Hermione's did too, though in her case it was probably because 700 questions tried to escape at once. Harry raised a hand. I'll tell you, not here. Not all at once, but I will. Hermione searched his face. No more secrets that affect us. Harry thought of the holocron, the Force, the dead thread, the things he still did not understand. No more hiding the dangerous parts, he said. Hermione considered that, then nodded. It was not everything. But it was honest. Ron leaned back. So, just to check, we're all agreeing Harry found a not ghost under the murder tree and didn't tell us for 3 years. Harry winced. When you say it like that. How else would I say it? Hermione rubbed her forehead. I'm going to need parchment. Ron groaned. Of course you are. Harry looked between them, Ron annoyed, Hermione overwhelmed, both still there. The pause inside him warmed, not with power, with relief. Umbridge did not become less dangerous. The Ministry did not become less foolish. Voldemort did not become less real because adults refused to say his name. But Harry changed one rule inside himself. He would not use force persuasion again. Not casually, not conveniently. Not because it was easier than risk. The temptation did not vanish. That was important. In some ways, it grew stronger because he now understood exactly how useful it could be. When Umbridge smiled in class and asked who had been spreading lies, Harry felt the urge to push. When Filch blocked a corridor and demanded names, Harry felt the shape of a suggestion rise behind his teeth. When frightened first years whispered about joining the inquisitorial squad because their parents worked at the Ministry, Harry felt how easy it would be to smooth their fear into agreement. Each time he stopped, not because he was pure, because he was warned by Master Venn, by Hermione, by Ron, by Andrew's face, by the memory of a door moving inside someone who had not invited him in. That was the real discipline, not silence, not absence. Restraint with full awareness of what was being restrained. One evening, after a DA meeting that had gone well for once, Harry stayed behind in the room of requirement. The others had gone. Ron and Hermione waited outside the door, giving him space but not leaving entirely. That felt right. The room was quiet. Practice dummies stood repaired along the wall. Cushions lay stacked in one corner. The lamps glowed. Harry closed his eyes. The room hummed around him. It was not alive, but it responded to need. Magic shaped by desire, a mirror of intention. Harry understood now why it had appeared so easily for them. They had needed a place to fight back. But need alone did not make every action right inside it. He breathed. He felt the castle, the students, the fear, the hope. The dead thread far away, still wrong, still waiting. And beside it all, nearer and brighter, Ron outside, trying not to worry loudly, Hermione outside, worrying with great organization. Neville somewhere downstairs, practicing wand movements under his breath. Luna humming to herself near a window, Ginny laughing softly at something. Living threads. Not tools, not pieces on a board, people. Harry opened his eyes. The silence inside him did not feel empty this time. It did not feel like a wall. It felt like a room with doors, some open, some closed, all chosen. Outside, Ron knocked. You done being mysterious? Harry smiled faintly. For now. Hermione's voice came through the door. That is not reassuring. Harry opened the door. Ron looked him up and down. No glowing. No floating. No creepy voice telling us to join an ancient order of tree people, Harry stared. That's not even close. Ron shrugged, had to check. Hermione stepped forward, serious but gentle. You all right? Harry looked past them down the corridor. Umbridge's decrees still covered the walls. The Ministry still called him a liar. Voldemort was still alive in the least alive way possible. And Harry was still angry, still frightened. Still tempted, but he was there, not above it, not beyond it, there, with you too, he said. Ron made a face. "Don't get emotional." Hermione rolled her eyes but smiled. Harry stepped into the corridor with them. Behind him, the room of requirement vanished, not because the need was gone. Because for tonight, at least, Harry had learned to leave without taking control of everything inside it. And that, Master Ven would probably say, was good. Annoyingly, she would be right. Chapter 5, Dumbledore's Fear Institutional Reckoning. Two traditions face each other. Harry had expected telling Ron and Hermione about the holocron to make things easier. This was because, despite years of evidence, Harry still occasionally believed in stupid ideas. It did not make things easier. It made things louder. Hermione had questions, not normal questions, Hermione questions. She arrived prepared with parchment, 3 quills, 2 bottles of ink, and the expression of someone who had decided that sleep was optional until the universe explained itself properly. Ron arrived with snacks. Harry appreciated Ron more. They waited until a Saturday evening when the common room was noisy enough to hide their leaving. The DA had no meeting that night. Umbridge was occupied terrorizing third years over improper corridor enthusiasm, which was apparently what smiling near a restricted staircase was called now. The castle felt tense but distracted. Harry led them outside. Ron pulled his cloak tighter around himself. "Just to check," he whispered, "we're going to the murder tree." "The Whomping Willow," Hermione corrected. "That is the murder tree's government name." Harry stopped near the edge of the willow's reach. The tree moved in the wind, its long branches swaying with familiar menace. Ron stared at it with the expression of someone remembering a flying car, a broken wand, and several life choices he wished to revise. Hermione looked pale but fascinated. "You found it under there?" "Yes, and you did not tell anyone for 3 years." Harry winced. Ron pointed at Hermione. "See? Told you she'd say it like that." "It's a valid question, I know, but there are friendlier ways to say, Harry. Why are you like this?" Harry sighed. "I didn't know what it was, and then I knew enough to know I didn't know enough, and then it got complicated." Hermione folded her arms. "That is not an explanation. It's the one I have." The Whomping Willow gave a low creak. Ron stepped back. Harry did not. He breathed, not reaching, not commanding, just present. The tree's movement slowed, its branches lifted. Ron's mouth fell open. Hermione stopped breathing. A path opened beneath the leaves. Harry glanced back at them. "Stay close. Don't touch anything. Don't insult the tree." Ron swallowed. "I have never insulted a tree." Harry looked at him. Out loud, "Fine." They moved beneath the branches. The air changed, as it always did near the roots. Warmer, older, thick with the low hum that Harry could feel in his bones. Hermione's face shifted the moment she crossed the boundary. Not because she could hear it as Harry did, but because Hermione noticed atmosphere the way other people noticed weather. "This is not normal magic," she whispered. Harry crouched by the roots. "No." The willow opened its hiding place. The holocron rested between 2 roots, gold and blue, untouched by dirt. Its crystal core glimmered faintly. Hermione made a small sound that might have been ore attempting to become a lecture. Ron leaned over Harry's shoulder. "That's it." Harry looked back. "What did you expect?" "I don't know." "Bigger, more evil-looking, maybe skulls." "It's not evil." "Good. Because if it started whispering about destiny, I was leaving." Hermione knelt slowly, eyes fixed on the markings. "Those symbols, Aurebesh," Harry said. She stared at him. He shrugged. "She told me." "You know an unknown script from an ancient artifact and didn't write it down." Ron gave Harry a sympathetic look. "You brought this on yourself." Harry touched the holocron. Blue light unfolded. Master Tithara Ven appeared. Ron yelped and fell backward into a root. Hermione did not move at all. That was more worrying. She stared at Master Ven like someone had taken every book in the library, rearranged them into a person, and then forgotten to include a bibliography. Master Ven turned first to Ron. "You are unharmed." Ron, still on the ground, pointed at her. "Not a ghost." Master Ven inclined her head. "Correct." Ron looked at Harry. "She's definitely a ghost." "I told you she'd say that." Hermione's voice came out very soft. "What are you?" Master Ven turned to her. "A preserved intelligence, a teaching imprint." A memory of a Jedi who is dead but not present in the manner your world names ghosthood. Hermione blinked, then pulled out parchment. Harry groaned. No, Hermione did not look away from Master Ven. Yes. Master Ven studied her with open interest. You are a scholar. Hermione sat straighter. I'm a student. The distinction is not always important, Ron muttered. Brilliant, they've bonded. Hermione ignored him. Are you sentient? Yes. Independent? Partially. Bound to the object? Yes. Capable of lying? Harry looked at her. Hermione. No, that's important. Master Ven did not seem offended. Yes, she said. Hermione's quill paused. Will you? Yes. The silence under the willow deepened. Ron sat up slowly. Harry stared at Master Ven. She looked back calmly. I am capable of deception, she said. So are you, so is Harry. The question is not capability. The question is trust, purpose, and accountability. Hermione's expression changed. Respect, Harry realized. That answer had helped more than any claim of perfect honesty could have. Ron brushed dirt off his robes. Right. So the not ghost is honest about maybe lying. That's actually better than most adults. Master Ven's gaze moved to him. You value plain speech. Ron blinked. Usually you hide understanding behind humor. Ron opened his mouth, closed it, looked at Harry. I don't like her anymore. Harry smiled despite himself. For a while, Hermione asked questions, many questions. Master Ven answered some and refused others, not rudely but firmly. No, the holocron was not a wand. No, the Force was not a branch of magic as Hogwarts understood it. No, Harry could not use it to overpower Umbridge. No, he could not read minds. No, he could not lift people. No, he could not deflect curses with his hands. Ron looked disappointed by that one. Hermione looked relieved. When Hermione asked whether the holocron was dangerous, Master Ven answered without hesitation. Yes. Harry looked down. Hermione's expression sharpened. How dangerous? As dangerous as any teaching that changes how a wounded child understands power. That silenced everyone. Even the willow seemed to stop moving. Ron looked at Harry, not accusingly, just looking. Hermione lowered her quill. Master Ven continued. The object is not corruptive in itself. It does not hunger. It does not command. But it teaches perception, and perception without wisdom often becomes control. Harry felt the words settle into the places already bruised by Andrew, Eddie, Ron, Hermione, and the room of requirement. I know, he said quietly. Yes, Master Ven said. Now you are beginning to. Hermione folded her parchment carefully. Professor Dumbledore needs to know. Harry's stomach dropped. Ron winced. Harry stood. No, Hermione stood too. Harry, no, you said no more hiding dangerous parts? This is different. How? Because Dumbledore will take it. Hermione's answer came immediately. Maybe he should. The words struck harder because she did not say them cruelly. Harry looked at Ron. Ron looked deeply uncomfortable. Mate, Harry's chest tightened. You too? Ron shoved his hands into his pockets. I don't want him taking it. I don't, but Hermione's not mad for asking. You used it on people. Harry looked away. The willow's roots pressed cold beneath his shoes. Master Ven said nothing. That made Harry angrier than if she had joined them. You said to consult a trusted elder, Harry said to her. Yes. And now you're just letting them say it. Yes. Helpful. It is not my role to save you from hard conversations. Harry laughed bitterly. Adults love saying things like that right before making everything worse. Hermione's face softened. We're not trying to take this from you. Harry looked at her, but he might. He might, she admitted. Ron stepped closer. Harry, Dumbledore already knows loads of dangerous things. He keeps half of them behind doors with biting books and possibly cursed teapots. He might actually understand this better than anyone. That was probably meant to comfort him. It did not, because Harry's fear was not that Dumbledore would misunderstand. It was that Dumbledore would understand exactly enough to decide, enough to remove. Enough to put the holocron somewhere safe. Safe meaning away from Harry. Harry looked at the little blue projection. Master Ven's face was unreadable. What do you think? He asked. She held his gaze. I think fear of loss is speaking loudly. He flinched. I think, she continued. That secrecy has already cost you, and I think if this Dumbledore is as important as you suggest, he should be examined by the same light in which he examines others." Hermione frowned. "What does that mean?" Master Ven's expression sharpened slightly. "It means authority should not be trusted simply because it is old, powerful, or kind in tone." Ron blinked. "Actually, I like her again." Harry did not in that moment, because she had removed the easy answer, "Do not tell Dumbledore because adults cannot be trusted." Tell Dumbledore because adults should decide. Neither worked now. All that remained was a choice. Harry hated choices when every option looked like a trap wearing different shoes. Dumbledore already knew. That was the second stupid thing Harry had not anticipated. They did not tell him immediately. Hermione wanted to go that night. Ron argued that walking into the headmaster's office after midnight to announce Harry has a secret tree pyramid might not be the best start. Harry said nothing because his thoughts were too tangled. They agreed, mostly because Hermione allowed them to believe they agreed, to tell Dumbledore after the next DA meeting when they could find a reason to stay behind and send a note. The next DA meeting never happened. At breakfast on Monday, Professor McGonagall appeared behind Harry with the silent precision of a hunting cat. "Potter," she said. Harry nearly spilled pumpkin juice over Ron. "Yes, Professor." "The headmaster would like to see you after dinner." Hermione went still. Ron stopped chewing. Harry looked up slowly. "Did he say why?" Professor McGonagall's eyes moved over the three of them. "No, this meant yes, but not in public." Harry swallowed. "Yes, Professor." She nodded and swept away. "Ron leaned close, he knows," Hermione whispered. "Maybe he doesn't." Harry looked at her. She sighed. "He knows." The day passed like a badly cast sticking charm. Everything clung. Umbridge's voice in defense, Snape's sneer in potions, students whispering in corridors, Hermione's worried glances, Ron's attempts to distract him by ranking desserts in order of battlefield usefulness. "Treacle tart is morale," Ron said during lunch. "Pumpkin pasty is portable morale. Cauldron cakes are risky because crumbs under stress." "Ron," Hermione said. "What? Strategy matters?" Harry tried to smile. It did not hold. By evening, his stomach felt hollow. He climbed toward Dumbledore's office alone. Ron had offered to come. Hermione had offered too. Harry had refused, not because he did not want them there, but because something about this meeting felt like it had been waiting for him since the first night under the willow. The gargoyle jumped aside at the password, "Sherbet lemon." Of course. The spiral staircase carried Harry upward. Dumbledore's office was warm, circular, and full of things that looked harmless until one remembered whose office it was. Silver instruments whirred quietly on tables. Portraits of former headmasters pretended to sleep while obviously listening. Fawkes perched near the desk, his golden-red feathers glowing softly in the firelight. Dumbledore stood by a cabinet. He did not turn immediately. "Good evening, Harry." "Evening, Professor." "Lemon drop?" "No, thank you." "Wise. They have been unusually adhesive lately." Harry said nothing. Dumbledore turned. His expression was gentle, too gentle. That annoyed Harry before anything had even happened. "Please sit." Harry sat. Dumbledore lowered himself behind the desk, folding his long fingers together. For a moment neither spoke. Then Dumbledore said, "There are old wards beneath the Whomping Willow." Harry's heart sank. Dumbledore watched him over half-moon spectacles. Most were placed when the passage to the Shrieking Shack was constructed. Some are older, much older. I have known of them for many years, though not their purpose. Harry tried to keep his face blank. Dumbledore's eyes softened. Last week, those older wards changed. Harry's fingers tightened around the arms of the chair. Changed how? They stopped hiding from me. That was worse than alarms. Alarms meant intrusion. This sounded like recognition. Dumbledore leaned back. I did not touch what they guarded. I did not approach closely enough to disturb the tree. But I felt the change. A door that had long been closed had opened. Harry swallowed. "Are you going to take it?" Dumbledore's brows lifted slightly, not surprise. Sadness, maybe? No, the answer was too fast. Harry distrusted it immediately. Dumbledore noticed. "I could say I have no right," he said. "That would be partly true. I could say I trust your judgment completely. That would be unkindly false." Harry looked down. At least you're honest. I attempt to be when courage permits. That answer irritated Harry because it sounded humble and evasive at the same time. Dumbledore's gaze moved to Harry's chest, where the holocron was hidden under his robes. You may show me if you choose. Harry did not move. Fawkes shifted on his perch. The portraits remained asleep with great effort. Harry thought of Hermione. Maybe he should. He thought of Ron. He might understand this better than anyone. He thought of Master Ven. Authority should not be trusted simply because it is old, powerful, or kind in tone. Harry took out the holocron. The moment it touched the desk, several silver instruments stopped moving. Fawkes lifted his head. The portraits opened their eyes. Dumbledore did not reach for it. That, more than anything, made Harry breathe easier. He only looked. The holocron glowed faintly. Blue lines unfolded. Master Ven appeared. The office changed, not physically. But every magical object seemed to become aware that something not quite magical had entered the room. Dumbledore's face went very still. Master Ven looked at him. He bowed his head not deeply, but respectfully. "Madam," he said. Master Ven inclined hers. "Headmaster." Harry looked between them. "You know what she is." Dumbledore did not take his eyes from the projection. "No, but I know enough to recognize when something does not belong to our usual maps." Master Ven's expression was sharp. Maps often mistake borders for truth. Dumbledore smiled faintly. Indeed. Harry had the sudden uncomfortable feeling of watching two chess players notice each other across a room. Dumbledore sat back. "May I ask your name?" "Tethara Ven, formerly of the Jedi Order." Dumbledore repeated the word softly. Jedi. He did not know it, Harry could tell, but he tasted the word like it mattered. "And you have been instructing Harry?" "Yes." "In what?" Master Ven glanced at Harry. He answered before she could. "Awareness, mostly, not power." Dumbledore looked at him. "Is there a difference?" Harry opened his mouth, closed it. Master Ven did not rescue him. Dumbledore's gaze remained gentle. Harry hated that too. "Yes," he said finally. "Power changes what you can do. Awareness changes what you notice before you do anything." Dumbledore considered this, a dangerous distinction. Harry frowned. "I thought it was a good one. Many dangerous things are good in proper measure." Master Ven's eyes narrowed slightly. "You fear the training." Dumbledore looked at her. "I fear what all training may become when given to children before the world has finished wounding them." Harry's face warmed. "I'm not a child." Dumbledore turned to him, and for once the gentleness faded into something firmer. "You are 15. Harry looked away first. That felt like losing, though he was not sure what contest had begun. Dumbledore continued softly. "And you have been asked to bear burdens that would bend many adults beyond recognition. This does not make you less a child, Harry. It makes those burdens more shameful." The office went quiet. Harry did not know what to do with that. Anger would have been easier if Dumbledore had sounded accusing. Instead, he sounded tired. Master Ven's projection flickered. "In my order," she said, "children were trained younger than this." Dumbledore's eyes returned to her. "And did that serve them well?" A silence entered the room. Master Ven did not answer quickly. Harry looked at her. Dumbledore did too. Finally, she said, "Sometimes." Dumbledore nodded once as if the answer confirmed something painful. "Then we share the same tragedy." Harry felt suddenly as if the conversation had moved above his head, not because he was too stupid to follow, but because both adults were speaking from histories they had not yet explained. He leaned forward. "I'm right here." Dumbledore looked at him. "So you are. You're talking about me like I'm a problem." "No," Dumbledore said quietly. "I am talking about the many ways adults make children into solutions." That landed too close. Harry thought of the prophecy he had never been allowed to hear fully, of the way people said the boy who lived like a title instead of a scar, of Dumbledore's plans, of Voldemort's obsession, of Master Ven's teachings, of the DA looking at him like he knew how to keep them safe. He sat back. The holocron hummed softly. Dumbledore folded his hands. "Harry, I do not condemn what you have learned." Harry looked up. "You don't?" "No. If anything, I recognize a gap in our understanding. Magical theory has long assumed that will, intent, and life force are either components of spellcraft or poetic language for the same. This..." His eyes moved to the holocron. This suggests something older, or at least other, a field of relation preceding wand craft, perhaps even shaping what we call magic without being reducible to it. Hermione would have fainted from the need to write that down. Harry, however, focused on the earlier words. "So you're not afraid of the Force?" Dumbledore looked at him. "I am afraid of you becoming certain," Harry frowned. "That doesn't make sense. It makes more sense the older one gets, I'm afraid. That's not an answer." "No," Dumbledore sighed. "It is a habit." He rose and walked slowly to Fawkes. The Phoenix allowed him to stroke its head. "The danger of the dark arts is not only hatred, Harry. Hatred is crude. It announces itself. It burns. Many resist it because they can feel themselves becoming ugly." He turned back. "The subtler danger is calm certainty. A man who has decided he knows best. A man who can violate, control, or sacrifice others without trembling because he has given his actions noble names." Harry's throat tightened. "Andrew, Eddie, the corridor." I stopped using persuasion. "I know." Harry stared. "How?" "Hermione Granger visited me." Of course she had. Harry could not even be angry. Well, he could, but not fairly. "She told you everything?" "She told me enough to be worried, and enough to be proud." Harry blinked, proud. Dumbledore's eyes softened. "That you apologized, that you listened, that your friends challenged you and you did not abandon them for it." Harry looked away. "That doesn't undo it." "No, then why say proud?" "Because remorse is not repair, but it is often the door through which repair enters." Harry grimaced. "You and Master Ven should start a club for saying annoying true things." Master Ven's faint smile appeared. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled, though sadly. "I suspect we would argue over the minutes." Harry almost smiled, almost. Then Dumbledore's face became serious again. "You must understand, Harry, my fear is not that this path will make you angry. You have always had anger, often rightly. My fear is that it will make you unmoved." The word struck like cold water. Unmoved, not calm, not disciplined, unmoved. Dumbledore stepped closer to the desk. "Voldemort is a creature of terror and appetite. He is easy to condemn. But some of the worst harms in history were done by those who spoke softly, organized efficiently, and believed themselves necessary." Harry looked at him. "Are you talking about Umbridge?" "Among others." "Are you talking about yourself?" The portrait stirred. Fawkes made a low sound. Dumbledore went very still. For 1 second the office felt like the moment before a spell. Then Dumbledore bowed his head. "Yes." Harry had not expected that. Neither, apparently, had some of the portraits. A painted headmaster gave a scandalized cough before pretending to sleep again. Dumbledore returned to his chair. "When I was young, I believed I saw farther than others. Perhaps in some ways I did. That made it easier to excuse what I wished to do. Easier to speak of greater good and necessary sacrifices." His voice softened. "I have spent a lifetime fearing that clarity without humility is only tyranny wearing spectacles." Harry stared at the desk. The phrase settled heavily, greater good. He did not know the full story. But he felt the shadow of it. Dumbledore looked at Master Ven. "Did your order fear the same?" Master Ven's face changed. Old grief, old defense, old honesty? "Yes." "And did it avoid becoming what it feared?" The office held its breath. Harry looked at her. Master Ven said nothing. That silence was an answer. Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly. "I see." Harry turned to Master Ven. "Is that true?" Her gaze moved to him. "The Jedi were guardians of peace for 1,000 generations." "That's not what I asked." "No," she said softly. "It is not." Harry waited. She looked suddenly less like a teacher and more like a person remembering a house after it had burned. "We became generals while speaking of peace. We trained children to let go of families, then wondered why they grew skilled at detachment. We served governments and called it balance. We feared darkness so much that sometimes we failed to recognize suffering until it wore a black cloak and red blade." Harry did not understand every image. He understood enough. The holocron's light dimmed. "I loved the Order," Master Ven said. "That is why I can no longer defend all it became." Harry felt something inside him shift uneasily. For years, Master Ven's teachings had been a line through confusion. Not perfect, not easy, but steadier than most adult advice. Now that line had a crack, not because she had lied, because she had told the truth. Dumbledore watched Harry carefully. "Do you see why I fear?" Harry's first instinct was to say no. The pause stopped him. He breathed. He thought of the DA, how easy it was to stand before frightened students and let them believe he had answers. He thought of Andrew, how easy it had been to push. He thought of Ron saying, "It's like talking to a wall." He thought of himself under the willow, wanting so badly to become calm that he had almost become absent. "Yes," Harry said quietly. Dumbledore's face softened. "Good." Harry flinched. Master Ven gave Dumbledore a look. Dumbledore seemed to understand immediately. "Ah, my apologies. A loaded word, perhaps." Harry let out a breath that was almost a laugh. "Very." For a moment, the room's tension eased. Then Harry asked the question that mattered. "What do you want me to do?" Dumbledore looked at the holocron. Then at Harry. "Continue." Harry stared. "What? Continue learning? You just gave a whole speech about being afraid." "Yes. And now you're saying continue." "I am old Harry, not consistent." Harry blinked. Dumbledore smiled faintly, then he grew serious. "To remove the holocron from you now would not remove the questions it has awakened. It would only teach you that adults answer fear with confiscation. I would rather you learn with witnesses, with friends, with limits, with those willing to tell you when you are becoming a wall." Harry looked down. "Hermione will love that. I expect Miss Granger will design a schedule. She already has." "Excellent. Then the world retains some order." Harry shook his head despite himself. Dumbledore leaned forward. "But I ask 3 things." Harry tensed. "First, you do not practice persuasion without supervision and necessity so grave that you are willing to confess it afterward." Harry nodded. "Second, you continue teaching the DA as defense, not obedience. They are not your soldiers." Harry swallowed. That one hurt in a different way. "They're my friends." "Then let them remain so." Harry nodded again. "Third, when Master Ven asks you questions you cannot answer, do not rush to fill the silence with power." Harry frowned. "What does that mean?" Dumbledore's gaze moved between Harry and the holocron. "It means some plateaus are not failures. Sometimes the soul refuses to advance until the person has caught up." Harry hated how much that sounded like Master Ven. Master Ven, unfortunately, looked as if she agreed. "So I'm stuck," Harry said. "Perhaps," Dumbledore said. "Or perhaps you are being kept from becoming impressive too soon." Ron would have said that was not a problem Harry often had. Hermione would have written it down. Harry just sat with it. Dumbledore rose again. "I will not tell Dolores Umbridge." Harry almost laughed. "That would be a very short disaster." "Indeed. Nor will I demand the holocron be brought to my office. However, I will place additional protections around the Willow's older wards, not to imprison it, to keep others from noticing what I noticed." Harry looked up. "You do that?" "I would prefer ancient teaching artifacts not fall into ministry hands." Master Ven inclined her head. "On this we agree." Dumbledore smiled gently. A rare beginning. Harry returned the holocron to his robes. Master Ven's projection vanished. The silver instruments resumed their quiet motion one by one. The office felt magical again, only magical, somehow smaller. Harry stood at the door. Dumbledore spoke. "Harry," he turned. The headmaster looked older than usual. "The fact that I fear something does not mean it is wrong. It means I've learned enough to be cautious around anything that promises clarity." Harry nodded slowly. Then Dumbledore added, "And Harry, yes, do not mistake being still for being alone." Harry held his gaze, then left before the words could show too much on his face. Ron and Hermione were waiting near the bottom of the staircase. Ron had clearly been pacing. Hermione had clearly been telling him not to. They both turned when Harry appeared. "Well?" Ron asked. Harry leaned against the wall. "He knows." Hermione's face tightened. "And he's not taking it?" Ron exhaled loudly. Hermione closed her eyes for half a second. Harry looked at her. "You told him." She opened her eyes. "Yes." Ron looked between them and wisely said nothing. Harry waited for anger to arrive. It did, but not as strongly as expected. "You should have told me." Hermione nodded. "I should have." "That helped annoyingly. I was scared," she said. Harry looked away. "Of me?" A pause. "Yes." Ron looked down. Harry felt the word like a physical thing. It did not cut as deeply as it might have because she had chosen honesty instead of comfort. He nodded once. "I get it." Hermione's voice softened. I'm not only scared of you, I'm scared for you. I know, Ron cleared his throat. For the record, I'm mostly scared of Umbridge and Snape and your tree ghost and Hermione when she has notes. She's not a ghost, Harry and Hermione said together. Ron pointed. That's what scares me. Harry laughed, not loudly, but enough. Hermione smiled, small and tired. The three of them walked back toward Gryffindor Tower. For once, no one filled the silence. It was not empty. It was not easy either, but it held. Harry returned to the Willow the next night alone, not secretly. Ron and Hermione knew. That made the walk feel different, less like sneaking, more like choosing. The tree admitted him. The holocron opened. Master Ven appeared. For a moment, Harry only looked at her. Then he asked, "Did the Jedi become what they feared?" Her face remained still. The question hung between them. Rain began softly overhead. Master Ven did not answer immediately. When she finally spoke, her voice was quieter than Harry had ever heard it. Sometimes. Harry sat on the roots. That's not enough. No, I need to know. Why? The question annoyed him. Because I'm learning from you. Yes, if your order failed, it did. Then how do I know this path doesn't end the same way? Master Ven looked at him sadly. You do not. Harry stared. That is a terrible answer. It is the only honest one. The willow creaked. Harry felt anger rise, not explosive, desperate. You're supposed to be teaching me. I am. By saying you don't know. By refusing to lie, Harry stood. I don't need another adult who gives me half answers. Master Ven's eyes flashed. Then ask whole questions. Harry stopped. The rain thickened. What is the Force for? He demanded. The words came louder than he intended. If it's not power, not control, not protection at any cost, then what is it for? What am I supposed to do with it? Everyone keeps warning me what not to become, but no one can tell me what I'm supposed to be. The question echoed beneath the branches. Master Ven looked at him for a long time. Then she said, I cannot answer that for you. Harry laughed bitterly. Of course. I can tell you what the Jedi believed. I can tell you what we taught. I can tell you where we failed. But if I give you an answer to where, you will either obey it or rebel against it. Neither will be yours. Harry's hands shook, so I'm stuck. Yes, he looked at her. She did not soften the word. Yes, she repeated. You are at the place every student reaches if they are fortunate. Technique has carried you to the edge of yourself. It cannot carry you farther. Harry slowly sat again. The anger drained, leaving exhaustion behind. I don't know what I'm doing. No. I don't know how to protect people without controlling things. No. I don't know how to be calm without disappearing. No. I don't know how to trust Dumbledore. No. I don't know how to trust you. Master Ven bowed her head. That is wise. Harry looked at her sharply. She met his gaze. Trust that cannot survive questions is obedience. The words settled deep. Harry breathed. The Force did not open around him. No revelation came, no new skill unlocked, no stone lifted, no branch moved. The dead thread remained distant. The living world hummed, but dimly, beyond his tired reach. For once, Harry did not try to touch it. He sat under the willow with the holocron glowing before him and felt the full weight of not knowing. It was uncomfortable, humiliating, human. After a long while, Master Ven said, What do you want the Force to be for? Harry looked down at his hands. The first answers came quickly. To fight Voldemort, to stop Umbridge, to keep Ron and Hermione safe, to never be trapped again. All true. All incomplete. He thought of Neville smiling after nearly landing a spell. Andrew asking if Harry had used him because he was weak. Ron offering chocolate after nightmares. Hermione being afraid and staying anyway. Dumbledore saying adults made children into solutions. The Whomping Willow, violent by nature, choosing to guard rather than strike. Harry closed his eyes. I don't know yet, he said. Master Ven's voice was soft. Then we wait there. Harry opened his eyes in not knowing. Yes, that's your lesson. For now, Harry leaned back against the root. Your order really was annoying. Yes, Master Ven said. This time her smile was sad but real. We were. The rain fell around them. The willow held still overhead. And Harry Potter, who had spent most of his life being named, claimed, hunted, protected, guided, used, and feared, sat quietly beneath the branches with no new power at all. Only a question, not what could he do, not who expected him to become what. But what kind of stillness could hold love without turning it into control? He had no answer. For the first time, no one gave him one. And that, though Harry would never admit it aloud, felt less like failure than the beginning of something honest. Chapter 6. The Living Web, the Synthesis. What happens when you stop dividing the two traditions? Harry discovered the secret to progress by accident. He was not meditating. He was not standing beneath the whooping willow in perfect silence while ancient wisdom descended upon him like moonlight. He was not listening to the Force, shaping his breath, or asking deep questions about the nature of power. He was trying to stop Ron from falling off a table. This was, in Harry's opinion, much more typical of his actual life. The room of requirement had given them a wider training space that evening, probably because the DA had grown more confident and therefore more likely to injure themselves in creative ways. Cushions lined the floor. Practice dummies stood at various distances. Shelves of defensive books had rearranged themselves against the back wall. Ron stood on a table near the center of the room, wand raised dramatically. "Observe," he announced, "the tactical advantage of height." Hermione did not look up from her notes. "Get down. History favors the high ground. Gravity favors the sensible." Ginny smirked from beside Neville. "Let him demonstrate, Hermione." "That is exactly what I'm afraid of." Ron pointed his wand at a dummy. "Expelliarmus." The spell shot out, struck the dummy squarely in the chest, bounced back at an awkward angle, and hit the table leg. The table bucked. Ron's expression changed from heroic to betrayed. "Ah!" The table tipped. Ron windmilled. Several students shouted. Harry moved before he thought, not with a spell. Not exactly. His wand was in his hand, but he did not raise it first. The Force opened around him in a quick, bright rush. Ron's weight shifting, the table sliding, Hermione's shock, Neville's alarm, the room's sudden inhale. Harry felt what needed to happen, not as a command, as a shape. He lifted his wand. Arresto momentum. The spell caught Ron halfway down, but Harry's other hand moved too instinctively. The falling table slowed, not stopped. Slowed for one impossible second. It hung at an angle, shuddering as if caught in thick water. Then it dropped the last few inches with a loud wooden thud. Ron floated gently onto a cushion. Silence filled the room. Ron blinked up at the ceiling. "I meant to do that." Ginny burst out laughing. Several people followed. Hermione stood very still, eyes fixed on the table. Harry stared at his own hand. The table had been heavy, too heavy. He had not lifted it, not properly. The spell had caught Ron. The Force had only nudged the table's fall, maybe taking some of the weight for a heartbeat. Still, he had moved it, without touching it. Ron pushed himself upright. Harry lowered his hand. "I didn't mean to." Ron looked at the table, then at Harry. "You accidentally saved my dignity," Ginny snorted. "No, he saved your bones. Your dignity died when you said tactical advantage." Ron pointed at her. "That was a valid phrase." Hermione came forward slowly. "Harry, I know." "What did you do?" Harry looked at the table again. "I don't know." That was honest. More importantly, it was not a dodge. Hermione noticed. Her expression softened slightly, though the brightness in her eyes suggested she was already planning 6 experiments and a chart. Harry quickly added, "Not here, Harry. Not with everyone watching." She stopped, then nodded. Ron got to his feet, rubbing his shoulder. "For the record, I support training whatever that was if it stops furniture attacking me." "The furniture did not attack you," Hermione said. "That's what furniture wants you to think." Harry almost smiled, almost, but his hand was still tingling, not with power, with aftershock. For weeks, nothing had changed. Since Dumbledore's office, since Master Ven's refusal to give him an answer, Harry had felt stuck. His awareness worked sometimes. His 1-second warning worked sometimes. His ability to sense Voldemort as a dead thread remained vague and unpleasant, and not especially useful unless one enjoyed knowing that evil existed somewhere in a general direction. He had not advanced, no new skill. No deeper calm, no dramatic insight. Then Ron had fallen, and Harry had not tried to become more powerful. He had simply responded, not with fear, not with control, with attention. That apparently had moved the table. A little, by accident, which was annoying. Harry preferred achievements that could be repeated on purpose. Unfortunately, his life rarely respected his preferences. Master Ven's reaction was equally annoying. Harry expected surprise, perhaps concern, possibly a lecture. Instead, she said, "Finally." Harry stared at her. They were beneath the willow again. Ron and Hermione had come too, because after the table incident, Hermione had looked at Harry with the expression of a person who would either be included or become dangerous. Ron had brought a blanket to sit on and a pocket full of biscuits. "Finally," Harry repeated. Master Ven folded her hands. "Yes," Harry gestured sharply. "I moved a table." "No, you helped a friend." Ron, sitting nearby, raised a biscuit, and I remain grateful. Hermione ignored him. Was it telekinesis? "Barely," Master Ven said. Ron lowered the biscuit. "Barely!" The table was already moving. Harry altered its motion briefly. He did not lift it fully, and he did not control it with precision. Harry looked at Ron. "I think she's saying I saved you badly. I am alive enough to be offended on your behalf." Hermione leaned forward. "But he used the Force." "Yes." "And magic?" "Yes." At the same time, Master Ven's projection flickered softly. "Not as two forces competing. That is what matters." Harry frowned. "I cast a spell and moved my hand." "You cast a spell guided by awareness rather than panic. The Force informed your action. Magic carried much of the effect. Your body did not divide them." Hermione's quill scratched furiously. Ron whispered, "She loves this." Hermione whispered back, "I do." Harry leaned against a root. "So that's the answer. Use both." "No," he groaned. "Of course not." Master Ven gave him a look. "Using both is not difficult. Wizards use tools and instincts together constantly. The question is whether you use the Force to dominate magic, magic to imitate the Force, or both to respond to life." Harry rubbed his face. "I miss when lessons were about floating feathers." "You set one on fire," Hermione said. "That feather was rude." Master Ven's mouth twitched. Harry caught it. "You almost smiled." "I did not." "You did," Ron pointed. "Not ghost has humor, dangerous development." Master Ven looked at Ron. "I have always had humor." Ron considered this. "That's worse." The willow rustled above them. For the first time in several months, the space beneath the tree felt less like a shrine or a courtroom and more like a strange classroom with very bad seating. Harry relaxed, only slightly, but enough. The hum around him deepened, not because he reached for it, because he stopped bracing against it. The tree, the grass, Ron's warmth, Hermione's bright, restless focus. The holocron's steady point of old light, the castle behind them, the night insects, the roots drinking rainwater deep underground, all of it was there, not separate, not pieces. A web. Living, flawed, messy, present. Harry breathed. The awareness held 10 seconds, 20, 30. Hermione's quill slowed. Ron stopped chewing. Harry kept breathing. The living web did not become silent. That was the mistake he had made before. He had kept trying to make himself quiet enough that nothing inside him disturbed the Force. But life was not quiet. Ron worried loudly even when sitting still. Hermione's thoughts almost had elbows. The willow was violence wrapped around duty. Harry himself was anger, grief, fear, love, impatience, and a powerful desire for Ron to stop crunching biscuits. None of that broke the awareness. Not when Harry stopped treating emotion like a dropped plate. It was all part of the room. All part of the web. A minute passed, then another. Harry opened his eyes slowly. Master Ven watched him. Hermione looked as if she might explode from curiosity. Ron whispered, "Was I supposed to be quiet?" Harry smiled faintly. "No." "Good, because I wasn't." "I know." Hermione gripped her quill. "How long?" Master Ven answered. 2 minutes and 14 seconds. Harry stared. That should have felt impossible. Instead, it felt strangely simple. Not easy, simple, like he had stopped trying to hold water in his fist and had finally noticed he was standing in a stream. Master Ven inclined her head. "You have been trying to become still by becoming less. Tonight you became still by including more." Harry looked down at his hands. They had not changed. No glow, no power humming under the skin, just hands, one holding a wand, one empty, both his. After that, Harry's spellwork changed, not dramatically enough for others to name, but enough. He wasted less. That was how Hermione described it. The DA noticed first during shield practice. Usually when students cast Protego, the shield flashed outward in a broad, bright burst. Some overpowered it and tired quickly. Some underpowered it and got knocked backward. Harry had always been decent at it, mostly because he had spent years needing shields before anyone bothered teaching him how to make them. Now, though, his shield became quieter, smaller, more exact. When Ginny cast a bat bogey hex at him during advanced practice, with what Harry felt was slightly too much enthusiasm, he did not throw up a full shield. He shifted his wand half an inch and made a narrow silver plane just where the hex struck. It deflected into a dummy. The dummy's wooden face erupted with flapping bogies. Ron stared. "That is still disgusting, even when it's not happening to me." Ginny looked impressed. Hermione looked thoughtful. Harry looked at the shield as it faded. He had felt the spell coming, not the magic itself. Ginny, her stance, her breath, her intent, the tiny bright snap of mischief before release. Then magic had answered precisely where it was needed, not more, not less, just there. It happened again with Neville. Neville's shield charm had improved, but he still panicked when spells came too quickly. Harry stood opposite him, casting slow, controlled sparks. "Don't block the spell," Harry said. Neville frowned. "But that's the point." "No, block the place the spell is going. That sounds the same." "It isn't." Neville looked lost. Harry paused. He felt Neville's anxiety. The way his mind jumped ahead to failure before his wand moved. The way his body tightened against impact instead of preparing response. Harry lowered his wand. "Close your eyes." Neville looked horrified. "What? Just for a second?" "Harry, I won't cast." Neville glanced at Hermione, who nodded encouragingly. He closed his eyes. Harry's voice softened. "Feel where your feet are." Neville swallowed. On the floor, Ron whispered, "Strong start." Hermione elbowed him. Harry continued, "Good, now don't think about the spell. Think about the space in front of you. The shield doesn't need to be everywhere. It just needs to be where you are not letting the spell pass." Neville opened one eye. "That actually helps." Harry blinked. It did. Neville raised his wand again. Harry cast a weak spark. Neville's shield appeared too far left, but smaller. More deliberate. The spark glanced off the edge. Neville grinned. "I nearly did it." "You did do it," Harry said. "Badly. Badly is how most things begin." Ron nodded solemnly. "Except my table strategy. That began brilliantly and was sabotaged by furniture." Neville laughed. Harry felt the room warm, not magically, humanly. The DA's practice became less about Harry showing them how to survive and more about everyone learning how not to freeze when survival demanded movement. He still taught spells. Expelliarmus, Protego, Stupefy, Impedimenta. But now he taught the second before the spell too, the breath, the stance, the choice, not the force, not directly. He never told the DA that part, but he let the lesson shape the magic, and the magic became better for it. Umbridge noticed something had changed. She did not know what. That made her worse. Her decrees multiplied. Her smile sharpened. Her eyes lingered on Harry in corridors with the flat interest of a person trying to find a legal reason to hurt him. Harry's scar prickled more often now. Not always with pain, sometimes with direction. That was new, not vision, not words, not images of Voldemort's thoughts. A pull, vague and sickening, north sometimes, east once, far away always. The dead thread shifted in the living web, not close enough to name, but present enough to know it was moving. Harry told Dumbledore. That was also new. He did not go alone. Ron and Hermione came with him. Dumbledore listened without interruption, face grave. "You cannot see where he is?" he asked. "No, just direction, maybe, and only when he's angry or focused, I think." Dumbledore looked at Master Ven's holocron, which sat closed on his desk. Harry had chosen to bring it this time. Chosen, not been ordered. Master Ven appeared when Harry touched it. "The sensation is not tracking." She said, "It is resonance along a wound." Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. A wound caused by the scar. By whatever binds them. Harry shifted uncomfortably. Hermione's hand brushed his sleeve, not grabbing, just there. Dumbledore saw. So did Master Ven. Neither commented, which Harry appreciated. "Can Voldemort use the same connection?" Hermione asked. Dumbledore's expression darkened. "Yes." Harry's stomach sank. Master Ven looked at him. Then the lesson is restraint. You do not follow every pull. Harry nodded. Dumbledore added quietly, and you do not assume every pull is truth. Harry looked at him. The warning sat beneath the words like a second floor. Voldemort could mislead. The scar could lie. The dead thread could become bait. Harry thought of the Department of Mysteries. He did not know why, just a flicker, a door, a corridor. A sense of running toward something terrible, because not running would feel impossible. He swallowed. I understand. Dumbledore studied him. I hope you do, and I hope, when understanding fails under pressure, you will have friends close enough to be stubborn. Ron straightened. World-class stubborn, Professor, Hermione nodded. Unfortunately, yes. Harry rolled his eyes, but relief loosened something in his chest. Master Ven's projection flickered softly. The living web corrects isolation. Dumbledore smiled faintly. That is rather beautiful. Harry looked between them. Please don't start agreeing poetically. It's unbearable. Ron pointed at Harry. Seconded. Hermione looked like she wanted to disagree on principle, but could not. Dumbledore chuckled. For one brief moment, the office felt almost safe. Then Fawkes gave a low cry. Harry's scar burned. He doubled over. Ron caught his shoulder. Hermione grabbed his arm. The dead thread yanked. Not direction this time. Need. No, not Harry's need. Voldemort's. A flash of cold fury. A corridor lined with shelves. A door, a black door, something desired. Something hidden, Harry gasped. The vision vanished. He was on one knee beside Dumbledore's desk, breathing hard. Dumbledore had moved around the desk faster than Harry expected from someone so old. What did you see? Harry forced air into his lungs. A door. Dumbledore's face went still. Hermione whispered, What door? Harry shook his head. I don't know. But Dumbledore did. Harry felt it not through the Force, through silence. Master Ven looked from Harry to Dumbledore. Headmaster. Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly. There are places, he said carefully, where dangerous things are kept because governments mistake containment for wisdom. Ron said, That sounds like the Ministry. Yes, Dumbledore said, It does. Harry stood slowly. What's behind the door? Dumbledore looked at him. Something Voldemort wants. Harry's anger flared. That's not an answer. It is the answer I can give tonight. Old frustration rose in Harry, familiar and hot, half answers, always half answers. But this time the pause came with friends. Hermione's hand was still on his arm. Ron stood beside him. Master Ven watched. Harry breathed. The anger did not vanish, it did not decide. Fine, he said. Dumbledore looked surprised. Harry almost smiled without humor. I didn't say I liked it. No, Dumbledore said softly. You did not. Harry picked up the holocron. We're leaving. Dumbledore nodded. At the door, Harry turned. If the door matters to me, you need to tell me before Voldemort does. Dumbledore's face tightened. Harry did not wait for an answer. He left with Ron and Hermione beside him. Only when they reached the corridor did Ron exhale. That was mature and terrifying. Hermione nodded. I was proud until the last sentence. Then I was also terrified. Harry leaned against the wall. I hate him sometimes. Dumbledore, Ron asked. Yes. Hermione said nothing for a moment. Then, quietly, that doesn't mean you don't trust him at all. Harry looked at her. She shrugged. People are complicated. Ron frowned. Hermione, when did you become the emotionally balanced one? I have always been emotionally balanced. Harry and Ron both looked at her. She lifted her chin. Compared to you two, Ron considered. Fair, Harry laughed. It was small. But it broke the tension enough for all three of them to start walking again. The breakthrough with telekinesis came 2 nights later. Not with a table, with a cup. Hermione insisted on controlled practice because Hermione believed all terrifying new abilities could be improved by parchment and proper headings. Ron came because he wanted to see if Harry could summon snacks without getting up. They used an abandoned classroom. 1 cup, 1 feather, 1 stone, 1 book. Hermione labeled the parchment, force-mediated object movement. Initial observations, Ron read it upside down. You make everything sound like homework. It is homework. For who? For reality. Harry sat on the floor opposite the cup. Master Ven's holocron rested on a desk, blue light glowing. Begin with the feather, Master Ven said. Harry looked at the feather. I can move feathers with Wingardium Leviosa. Then do not use that spell. I know. Do you? Harry sighed. He raised one hand. Nothing happened. He breathed. Nothing happened. He tried to feel the feather. That was wrong immediately. A feather was not alive. It did not hum like grass or people. But it had been living once, part of a bird. There was memory in it, faint and dry. Not enough to connect with the way he connected to life. He pushed. The feather did not move. He pushed harder. Still nothing. Ron whispered, "Maybe it's stubborn." Hermione shushed him. Harry's frustration rose. The awareness cracked. Master Ven said, "Stop." "I nearly had it." "No, I could." "No." Harry dropped his hand. The feather lay there, smugly feather-like. Master Ven's voice remained calm. "You are trying to command it like magic." "I can command it with magic." "Yes." "And if the goal were moving the feather, that would be sufficient." Harry stared. "Isn't that the goal?" "No." Ron leaned toward Hermione. "Do you ever miss normal teachers?" "Constantly." Master Ven continued. "The goal is not to move the feather. The goal is to notice your relationship to it without domination." Harry shut his eyes. "That sentence is why people hate philosophy." Ron nodded. "I understood none of it and disliked all of it." Hermione, however, looked thoughtful. "Harry, maybe you're treating it like a spell target." "It is a spell target, but not for this." Harry opened his eyes. Hermione leaned forward. "When you saved Ron, you weren't trying to move the table to prove you could. You were responding to Ron falling." Ron raised a hand. "Heroically falling? You were flailing with heroic speed." Hermione ignored him. So maybe the force worked because the movement had context. It wasn't just force applied to object. It was relationship. Master Ven inclined her head. "Well observed." Hermione looked delighted. Harry looked betrayed. "You're taking her side." "I'm taking the side of accurate theory." "Worse." He looked at the feather again. Relationship. It sounded ridiculous. Then again, so did most of his life. He stopped looking at the feather as a thing to defeat. It had weight, barely any. It rested on the desk because the world held it there. Air touched it. Dust clung to it. The desk supported it. Harry sat a few feet away, breathing. He did not need it to fly. He only wondered what it would take for it to shift. A breath moved through the room. The feather trembled. Ron's mouth fell open. Hermione stopped writing. Harry barely dared breathe. The feather rolled once, then went still. Harry stared. "That's it." Master Ven's eyes glinted. "That is it." Ron clapped softly. A historic moment. Harry Potter mildly annoys feather. Harry laughed. The feather jumped not high, only an inch, but it jumped. Harry froze. Hermione whispered, "Laugh again." "I can't laugh on command." Ron immediately crossed his eyes and made a strangled face. Harry stared at him. "That's horrifying." Ron kept doing it. Hermione covered her mouth. Master Ven watched with deep dignity. Harry tried not to laugh, failed. The feather lifted 3 inches, wobbled wildly, and dropped onto the floor. For 1 second, the room was silent. Then Ron shouted, "Yes!" Hermione started writing so fast her quill nearly tore the parchment. Harry looked at Master Ven. She was smiling, actually smiling. "What?" Harry asked. "You stopped trying to be perfect." Harry looked at the feather. It lay on the floor, not impressive, not powerful, not useful in a duel, but real. And he had done it while laughing, not by emptying himself, not by becoming a wall, by being there with them, with the ridiculousness, with the failure. With Ron's stupid face and Hermione's terrifying notes and Master Ven's annoying patience. The realization hit so suddenly that Harry laughed again. This time the cup slid 2 inches across the desk and fell off. Ron caught it. "Brilliant. We've weaponized joy." Hermione looked up sharply. "That's actually not a bad description." Harry groaned. "Please don't make that the heading." She had already written it. Progress came quickly after that, not too quickly. Harry did not become capable of throwing enemies across rooms or crushing doors. He could not summon his wand from across the castle. He could not lift people. He could not stop curses midair. But small things began to respond. A feather. A cup. A stone no larger than a walnut. Then 2 stones. Then a book, but only for half a second before it dropped and nearly broke Ron's foot. 15 pounds at most, Hermione estimated after 2 weeks of careful practice. And that's generous. Ron looked at the dented floor where the book had landed. "My foot says generous is still dangerous." Harry could move objects only at short range. Across a room was difficult. Across a desk was manageable. He needed calm, but not emptiness. In fact, emptiness made him worse now. That was the strangest part. Before, he had tried to silence himself. Now the Force answered best when he was most present, not happy exactly, present, angry but aware, afraid but breathing, sad but connected. The living web held all of it. Master Ven seemed both pleased and unsettled. One evening beneath the willow, Harry noticed, "You're worried." She looked at him. "Yes. About me?" "Yes. Because I'm improving?" "Yes." Harry leaned back. "That feels unfair." "It is." At least she admitted it. The holocron glowed softly between the roots. "I have shown you something," she said, "but I must show you why it failed before." The blue light changed. The projection widened. The roots, the grass, the night air, all faded behind a vision. Not a memory Harry could enter, a recording. A figure appeared in pale blue light, not Master Ven, a man in dark robes, standing on a rocky cliff beneath two moons. He held a wand in one hand and something like a lightsaber in the other, though the blade was not lit. Around his neck hung charms and metal pieces Harry did not recognize. His face was tired, young but tired in an old way. Master Ven's voice came softly. "Cale Orison, one of the last known bridge walkers." Hermione would have loved this. Harry wished, suddenly, that she were there. The thought did not break the vision. What's a bridge walker? One who attempted to join Force discipline with local magical traditions. Like me, perhaps. The man in the recording turned slightly, as if speaking to someone unseen. His voice was faint, distorted by age. "I have found the flaw. It is not in the disciplines. It is in the self that tries to master both. The Force asks surrender. Magic asks command. The bridge collapses when the walker believes he can become perfect enough to do both without contradiction." The recording flickered. Cale laughed once, not happily. "I thought balance meant no error, no attachment pulling the hand, no fear bending the spell, no anger corrupting judgment. I removed each weakness as it appeared. Then I looked for myself and found only a blade with good intentions." The vision shifted, a battlefield, smoke, figures on the ground, Cale standing alone, wand lowered, face blank with horror. Master Ven's voice grew quiet. He prevented a massacre by becoming the kind of person who could decide a smaller massacre was acceptable. Harry's stomach twisted. The recording faded back to the cliff. Cale looked directly forward now. "Let this be preserved. Perfection is not balance. Perfection is hunger wearing white robes. If another attempts the bridge, let them fail often. Let them love inconveniently. Let them laugh at the wrong time. Let them remain answerable to those who can still hurt them with disappointment." The vision ended. The willow returned. Harry sat very still. Master Ven watched him. He failed. Harry said, "Yes." "Because he tried to be perfect." "Yes." Harry thought of his own months of silence, his wall, his fear of reacting, his attempt to become someone Umbridge could not touch, Voldemort could not read, Dumbledore could not worry over, Ron could not lose, Hermione could not fear. A perfect Harry, calm, controlled, unmoved, a blade with good intentions. The phrase made him cold. Then he thought of Ron falling off a table, Hermione naming joy like an academic discovery. The cup sliding because he laughed. A small sound escaped him, not grief, not fear, laughter. Master Ven tilted her head. Harry laughed harder. The willow creaked. The holocron flickered. Harry pressed a hand over his mouth and failed to stop. "I'm sorry," he managed. "It's just—" Master Ven waited. Harry wiped his eyes. "The lesson is I need to be worse at this. The lesson is you need to remain human." "That's lucky," Harry said, still laughing. "I'm brilliant at being human badly." Master Ven's expression softened. "Yes," she said, "that may save you." Harry laughed again, not because the failure was funny, because it was merciful. The bridge had not failed because magic and the Force could not meet. It failed because someone had tried to cross it without stumbling. Harry could stumble. Harry had a gift for stumbling, into danger, into secrets, into arguments, into friendships he did not deserve but desperately needed. Maybe that was not a weakness to purge. Maybe that was the only reason power had not yet hollowed him out. The living web opened around him, the willow, the insects. The castle, Ron in Gryffindor Tower, probably complaining about homework, Hermione in the library, definitely creating a chart. Dumbledore in his office, tired and planning too much. Umbridge somewhere inside the castle, small and cruel and alive. Voldemort far away, dead, threaded and hungry. And Harry beneath the tree, laughing at the idea that his inability to become perfect might be the best thing about him. The awareness held. 1 minute, 2, 3, he did not count, he did not need to. The next DA meeting was the best they had ever had. Not because everyone performed perfectly, because they did not. Neville accidentally disarmed himself. Luna cast Protego in the wrong direction and blocked a spell aimed at someone else, then said perhaps the shield had known better than she did. Ron attempted Harry's space, not spell, advice, and shouted, "I am the space!" Before being knocked backward by Ginny, Hermione laughed so hard she had to sit down. Harry laughed too. The room changed because of it. Fear loosened. Students tried harder when failure stopped feeling like proof they were hopeless. Harry moved among them, correcting, encouraging, demonstrating. His magic felt different in his hand now. His wand was not separate from the Force. The Force was not replacing his wand. The wand gave shape. The Force gave context. Magic acted. Awareness guided. When Harry cast, he no longer thought only, "What spell will win?" he thought, "What does this moment need?" Sometimes it needed a shield, sometimes a disarm, sometimes a joke, sometimes silence. Sometimes letting Neville try again without everyone watching. Near the end of the meeting, Hermione stood opposite Harry for a demonstration. "Disarming?" she asked. "Your choice." Her eyes narrowed. "That is unwise." "I know," Ron, sitting nearby, whispered to Neville, "He's doomed." Hermione raised her wand. Harry breathed. The room opened. Hermione's focus was bright and layered. She planned 3 moves ahead. Her shoulder suggested a stunning spell. Her wrist suggested disarming. Her eyes suggested she knew Harry was reading both and intended to punish him for it. Harry smiled. She cast. Levicorpus. Not defense curriculum, not expected, very Hermione in the sense that it was legal adjacent and educationally aggressive. Harry felt the intent too late to counter fully. He flicked his wand. Protego. The shield caught most of it, but the edge of the spell clipped his ankle. Harry rose 3 inches off the ground before dropping. The room went silent. Then Ron exploded. "She got you." Harry looked at Hermione from the floor. Hermione was trying very hard not to smile. That was dirty. That was strategy. That was betrayal with footnotes. Her smile broke through. Harry laughed. The DA cheered, and in that laughter Harry felt it again, the web alive, messy, strong because it was not clean. He got to his feet. "Right," he said. "New lesson. Never assume your opponent is following your lesson plan." Hermione looked pleased. Ron raised his hand. "Can the lesson also be don't duel, Hermione?" "Also valid." The room laughed again. For that hour, Umbridge did not own Hogwarts. The Ministry did not define truth. Voldemort did not fill the horizon. They were students in a hidden room learning how to stand, stumble, laugh, and fight back. And Harry, for once, did not feel like their weapon. He felt like part of them. The dead thread pulled again 3 nights later. Harry was asleep when it happened. No vision came at first, only direction, south, then east, then down, not geographically precise, more emotional than spatial. Like feeling someone tug a string tied beneath his ribs, his scar burned. Harry woke, gasping. Ron's curtains flew open. "Harry!" Hermione was not in the boys' dormitory, obviously. But within 10 minutes, Ron had fetched her from the common room with enough urgency that she arrived wearing a dressing gown over her clothes and carrying her wand like she had been waiting years for someone to justify her paranoia. Harry sat on the edge of his bed, breathing hard. It pulled. Hermione's face went pale. "The door?" "I don't know." Ron sat beside him. "Do we get Dumbledore?" Harry closed his eyes. The pull was still there, faint, insistent. Voldemort wanted something. Or wanted Harry to think he wanted something. The old Harry would have run. The frightened Harry wanted to. The new Harry listened. Not to the dead thread, to the room. Ron beside him, scared and ready, Hermione in front of him, terrified and thinking, Neville asleep nearby, unaware, the dormitory. The tower, the castle, living threads. The pull remained, but it was no longer the only thing in the world. Harry opened his eyes. "Yes," he said, "we get Dumbledore." Hermione exhaled like she had been holding her breath since fourth year. Ron clapped Harry once on the shoulder. "Look at that." Mature decision. Horrifying. Harry managed a weak smile. "Don't get used to it." They went. Dumbledore listened. Again, this time he gave more, not everything, but more. "The door is in the Department of Mysteries," he said quietly. "Voldemort believes something there may aid him. He may also believe it concerns you." Harry stared. "What is it?" Dumbledore's face tightened. "A record of a prophecy." The word entered Harry like cold water. Prophecy. There it was, the shape behind years of silence. Harry did not shout. He wanted to. He did not. Hermione's hand found his sleeve. Ron stood close. Master Ven's holocron, sitting on Dumbledore's desk, hummed faintly. "What does it say?" Harry asked. Dumbledore looked older than Harry had ever seen him. "I do not know the full record held there. I know enough to say Voldemort gave it power by believing it. And I know enough to say this: you are not to go there." Harry's anger rose. This time it came with clarity. "If you had told me earlier, would Voldemort have less room to use it?" Dumbledore closed his eyes. "Yes." The office went silent. Harry had expected defense, explanation. A greater good speech. Dumbledore gave none. That made the anger hurt differently. Harry breathed. "I'm angry." Dumbledore opened his eyes. "I know. No, I'm saying it so I don't let it drive." Master Ven's projection softened. Dumbledore bowed his head. "A wise practice." Harry let out a shaky laugh. "Don't sound too pleased. I'm still furious." "Understood." Harry looked at the holocron, then at Ron and Hermione. "What do we do?" Dumbledore answered. "We prepare, we verify, we do not chase visions alone. If you feel the pull again, you tell someone immediately. If you see me, Sirius, or anyone you love in danger through the scar, you do not trust the vision until it is confirmed." Sirius. The name made Harry's chest clench, and there was the trap, not theoretical, personal. Voldemort could use love as bait. Harry felt sick. Master Ven spoke softly. "Attachment is not weakness, but fear for the beloved can become a leash." Harry looked at her. "Then what do I do if I see him hurt?" Her face was sad. "You reach for the living web before you run toward the dead thread." Harry hated the answer. He knew he would need it. The chapter of Harry's life that followed did not look like triumph. It looked like practice. Telling Ron when the scar prickled, letting Hermione document patterns, reporting visions to Dumbledore even when he was angry with him, teaching the DA while refusing to let them become an army in his head, sitting beneath the willow and laughing when small stones fell out of the air, learning that 15 pounds was not much unless it landed on your toe, learning that 3 minutes of awareness could exhaust him more than an hour of spellwork, learning that Voldemort's direction was not Voldemort's location, learning that calm was not the absence of emotion, but emotion given a chair instead of the throne. Near the end of term, Harry returned alone to the willow. The air smelled of summer again. The same season in which he had once left the holocron behind, afraid the Force would not follow him. Now he knew better. The holocron had never been the source, only a gate. Master Ven appeared. "You are stronger," she said. Harry sat on the roots. "A little." "Yes." "Not enough." "No." He looked toward the castle. The windows glowed. Students moved behind them. Somewhere Ron was probably eating something he had saved from dinner. Hermione was probably pretending she did not need sleep. The DA was growing. Umbridge was tightening her grip. Voldemort was moving beyond sight. "Can I face him?" Harry asked. Master Ven did not soften the truth. "No," Harry nodded. It hurt less than he expected. "Can I survive him?" "Perhaps." Terrible answer, honest answer. Harry smiled faintly. The willow moved above them. He closed his eyes. The living web opened, the tree, the grass. The castle, his friends, the distant dead thread. This time the dead thread had direction, vague, cold, pulling toward a place Harry now knew by name, the Department of Mysteries. He did not chase it. He did not ignore it. He held it as one thread among many. Then he opened his eyes. "What if the Force is for attention?" he asked. Master Ven tilted her head. "Attention, not power, not peace, not protection exactly, just," Harry searched for the words, "seeing what's really there before deciding what to do." Master Ven was quiet. Harry looked embarrassed. That sounds too small. No, she said, the holocron's light warmed. It sounds like a beginning. Harry leaned back against the root. For once, he did not ask if it was the right answer. He did not need it to be final. It was his, messy, incomplete, human, that made it stronger than perfection. Above him, the whooping willow shifted in the night, violent and watchful and alive. Harry laughed softly. Master Ven looked at him. What amuses you? Nothing, Harry said. Then, after a moment, everything. The force hummed around him, not as a weapon, not as destiny, as life. And Harry Potter, still not ready, still not powerful enough, still frightened of what waited behind the black door, sat beneath the roots and understood one thing clearly. He did not need to become untouched to survive. He needed to remain reachable. That was harder. That was better. That was the bridge. Chapter 7. The boy who stilled the finale earned through limitation. Not transcendence, the vision came during an exam. Harry was halfway through his defense against the dark arts practical, standing before Professor Tofty with his wand raised, when the scar opened like a wound under flame. Not pain first, that would have been easier. Pain was simple. Pain announced itself honestly. This began as a pull. Cold, sharp, familiar. The dead thread tightened somewhere inside his chest and dragged his attention away from the classroom, away from the examiner, away from the smell of ink and dust and nervous students waiting their turn. The world bent. Harry saw a corridor, black door, stone walls. Shelves upon shelves stretching into darkness. Then Sirius, on the floor, wand gone, blood at his mouth. Bellatrix Lestrange standing over him, laughing, Voldemort's voice cold and high and delighted. Come take what is yours, Harry Potter. The vision snapped. Harry was back in the exam room. Professor Tofty was staring at him. Mr. Potter? Harry's wand hand shook. The old Harry would have run, not because he was stupid, because love could move faster than thought. Sirius was the closest thing Harry had to family. The image of him hurt, trapped, and laughing at danger, because that was what Sirius did when fear came too near. It clawed straight through Harry's training. Move. Run. Save him. Now. The dead thread pulled. Harry almost followed. Then he heard Ron's voice in memory. Really stop. Not feel bad and do it again when things get bad. Hermione's voice. If you see someone you love in danger, verify. Dumbledore's. You do not trust the vision until it is confirmed. Master Ven's. Reach for the living web before you run toward the dead thread. Harry forced himself to breathe. Once. The room returned in pieces. Professor Tofty's concern. The students waiting, the scratching of quills from another desk, the sunlight through the high windows, his own heartbeat, living threads, not the dead one. Harry lowered his wand. I need to see Professor Dumbledore. Professor Tofty blinked. In the middle of your examination? Yes. Is this an emergency? Harry looked at him. The answer rose clear. I don't know. That's why I need to check. Professor Tofty looked deeply uncertain, which was fair. Harry suspected student receives possible Dark Lord vision during exam. Was not listed in ministry testing procedure. Unfortunately, the ministry had prepared for other things. Before Tofty could respond, the door opened. Dolores Umbridge entered, pink cardigan, little bow, wide smile, no warmth. Mr. Potter, she said softly. How very interesting. Harry went still. Not calm, still. There was a difference. Umbridge's eyes gleamed. You will come with me. Professor Tofty stood. Madam Umbridge, the student is currently under school discipline, Umbridge said, still smiling, for suspicious conduct during a ministry examination. Suspicious conduct? Harry almost laughed. He had just seen his godfather tortured in a vision sent through a soul wound by a resurrected Dark Lord, and Umbridge had filed it under suspicious conduct. That was Hogwarts now. No, not Hogwarts. The ministry. Harry looked at Professor Tofty. The old man looked uncomfortable, not cruel, not brave enough either. Harry could stun Umbridge. The thought came easily, too easily. He could move before she reached for her wand. He could feel her intent, smug, certain, eager. He could cast. He could run. He did not yet. Because running was exactly what the dead thread wanted. So Harry walked. Umbridge took him to her office. The room was worse than he remembered. The kitten plates mewed soundlessly from the walls. The lace covers looked like they had been placed over furniture to smother it. A sugary smell hung in the air, thick and false. Ron and Hermione were already there. So were Ginny, Neville, and Luna, all guarded by members of the inquisitorial squad. Ron's face darkened the moment Harry entered. Hermione's eyes went straight to his scar. She knew, of course she knew. Umbridge closed the door. "Well," she said brightly, "what a gathering." Harry looked at Hermione, only for half a second. Enough, she gave the smallest shake of her head. "No, Dumbledore." Harry's stomach sank. Umbridge moved behind her desk. "Professor Dumbledore is unavailable. Fled, one might say, after his little rebellion was exposed." Ron muttered, "Convenient." Umbridge's smile sharpened. "Mr. Weasley, I advise silence unless spoken to." Harry felt Ron's anger flare, felt Hermione's fear, Neville's determination trembling beneath panic, Ginny's fury bright and ready, Luna's strange, steady calm like a candle protected by glass, living threads. Umbridge opened a drawer. Harry knew before he saw it. Veritaserum? No, not exactly. The bottle was too ornate, too theatrical. Umbridge liked theater when she controlled the stage. "I have been patient," she said. "The headmaster's foolishness has infected this school. Secret meetings. Defensive magic. Lies about you-know-who. Ancient artifacts." Harry froze. Hermione did too. Umbridge noticed. Her smile widened. "There it is." Harry felt the room tilt. The holocron, she knew something, not enough, but something. "Children are very poor at hiding what they value," Umbridge said. "Even Dumbledore's wards leave traces when one knows where to look." Harry's hand moved toward his wand. 3 inquisitorial squad members raised theirs. Ron shifted. Ginny's fingers tightened. Hermione whispered, "Harry, pause." Harry stopped. Umbridge lifted the bottle. "Now, you will tell me what is hidden beneath the Whomping Willow, what Dumbledore knows, and what you have been learning." Harry's mouth went dry. The Force opened slightly around him, not because he wanted it, but because danger had sharpened everything. Umbridge's intent was clear. She would use the potion. If that failed, she would use pain. Not because she had lost control, because she believed control required it. Harry understood then why Dumbledore feared calm certainty. Umbridge was not enraged. She was perfectly composed. That made her monstrous. Harry looked at her. "No," Umbridge sighed, a teacher disappointed in untidy handwriting. "I had hoped you would be sensible." The fireplace roared green. Everyone turned. A face appeared in the flames, not serious. Snape. His dark eyes swept the room in one instant. He saw Harry, Ron, Hermione, the others, Umbridge. The bottle, his expression did not change. "Headmistress," Snape said coldly, "you requested more Veritaserum." Umbridge's smile twitched. "Yes, Severus, and quickly." "I regret to inform you that you have used my entire supply interrogating children this month." Ron's mouth fell open. Hermione's face went pale with fury. Umbridge's eyes narrowed. "Then prepare more." "It takes a full lunar cycle to mature correctly. Perhaps if your educational methods depended less frequently on illegal coercion, my stores would last longer." Umbridge flushed pinker than her cardigan. Harry stared at Snape. Snape's eyes flicked to him. 1 second, no warmth, no kindness, but message. "Idiot boy, understand quickly." Then Snape said, "Potter, should you require the headmaster, I cannot summon a man who is not in the castle. Nor can I contact the mutt you keep trying not to ask about." Harry's heart slammed. Serious, not contacted. Snape was telling him something, or trying to. Umbridge turned sharply. "What mutt?" Snape's lip curled. "A private insult. I have several." The fireplace went dark. The room held its breath. Harry looked at Hermione. She understood. Sirius had not been reached. That did not mean the vision was true. It meant the trap remained unverified. Umbridge slammed the drawer shut. "Enough." She lifted her wand. Several things happened at once. Ginny hexed the nearest squad member. Ron tackled another. Neville shouted something that might have been stupefy and might have been panic with syllables. Hermione grabbed Luna's arm and moved. Harry did not attack Umbridge. He moved toward the door, not to flee, to make space. Pratigo. His shield caught Umbridge's first spell, small and exact, angled just enough to send it into a kitten plate. The painted kitten hissed silently as porcelain cracked. Umbridge shrieked. "Stupefy?" Ron shouted. His spell missed Umbridge and struck her curtains, which burst into sparks. "Ron!" She moved. She was standing still. Emotionally, she moved. Harry would have laughed if terror had not been sitting on his ribs. Luna calmly disarmed a Slytherin who had been aiming at Neville. Ginny's bat, Bogey Hex, filled the office with screaming chaos. Hermione seized the moment. "Forrest?" She snapped to Harry. Harry looked at her. Her eyes flashed. "Trust me, he did." They ran. The forbidden forest had always been dangerous. Tonight, it felt awake. Umbridge followed because arrogance made people predictable. She followed because she had convinced herself children could not lead her anywhere she could not control. She followed because she believed authority was protection against consequence. Harry almost pitied her, almost. The centaurs ended the chase, not cleanly, not comfortably. Umbridge insulted them, threatened them, called them half-breeds with ministry law in her voice. Harry felt the forest change. The living web tightened, bows rose. Hooves shifted. Anger moved through the trees, not like human anger, but older, collective. Rooted in insult and history, Harry did not interfere. That was difficult, not because he wanted to protect Umbridge. Because habit told him he had to do something when danger reached its peak. But not every consequence belonged to him. The centaurs took her screaming, Pink swallowed by shadow. Ron stared after her. "Well," he said weakly. That escalated. Hermione looked shaken. Ginny lowered her wand. Neville was breathing hard. Luna looked into the trees and said softly, "The forest does not like being spoken to as furniture." Harry pressed a hand to his scar. The dead thread pulled again. Harder, Sirius, department, black door. This time the vision came sharper, Sirius falling backward. Bellatrix laughing, a hand reaching toward a shelf, a prophecy sphere glowing in darkness. Harry staggered. Ron caught him. "Harry," he gasped. "It's happening." Hermione gripped his arm. "We don't know that." "No, but we don't know it isn't." The forest hummed around them, alive, watching. Harry looked at his friends. Ron, frightened but ready. Hermione, terrified of every bad option and still thinking. Ginny, fierce. Neville, shaking but standing. Luna, calm in the strangest way. He could not ask them to come. He could not order them to stay. The DA was not his army. They were not pieces on his board. "I'm going to the ministry," Harry said. Hermione opened her mouth. Harry raised a hand. "I'm not saying you should come." Ron snorted. "Good, because that would be stupid. We're coming anyway." Hermione nodded immediately. Ginny said, "Obviously." Neville swallowed. "I'm coming." Harry looked at him. "Neville, no." Neville's voice shook but did not break. "I'm scared, but I'm coming." Luna smiled faintly. It would be rude to let the ministry have all the mysteries to itself. Harry looked at them. The living web brightened. Not because this was safe, because it was chosen. Together, Harry breathed. "Then we move carefully. We verify as we go, no chasing alone, no splitting unless we have to." Ron stared. "You made a plan." "Don't sound so shocked. I'm proud and concerned." Hermione's mouth twitched. The dead thread pulled again. Harry did not run blindly toward it. He turned with his friends and moved. The Ministry of Magic after hours felt dead in a way Hogwarts never did. Hogwarts at night was old, breathing, full of sleeping life. The ministry was polished stone, empty grates, cold fireplaces, and corridors built by people who thought power should echo. Their footsteps sounded too loud. The golden fountain gleamed in the atrium, its frozen figures smiling down with lies cast in metal. Harry hated it immediately. The Force hated it differently, not hated. That was Harry's word. The living web here was thin, muffled under stone and bureaucracy. Too many choices had been made in these halls by people far from the consequences. The lift carried them down. No one joked. Even Ron was silent. The Department of Mysteries opened before them like a throat. Black door, circular room, more doors. Harry's scar burned. The dead thread pulled. This time Harry did not follow it alone. He closed his eyes. Living threads first. Ron beside him, Hermione, Ginny, Neville, Luna, their fear, their breath, their trust. Then the dead thread. Cold, directional, hungry. Harry opened his eyes and pointed. "That one." Hermione looked at him. "Are you sure?" "No," she nodded. That answer somehow was enough. They entered. The hall of prophecy stretched into darkness. Shelves rose high on either side, stacked with glowing glass spheres. Each one shimmered faintly, whispering when they passed, thousands of recorded futures murmuring to themselves. Harry felt them strangely, not alive, not dead, possibility trapped in glass. It made his skin crawl. "Sirius!" he called softly, no answer. The dead thread tightened, not toward Sirius. Toward the shelves. Harry stopped. Hermione almost bumped into him. "What?" Harry's mouth went dry. "It's not pulling to him." Ron whispered. "What?" "It's pulling to that," he pointed. A glass sphere rested on a shelf ahead, dusty, glowing faintly. A label beneath it bore his name. Harry James Potter, and another. Tom Marvolo Riddle. The corridor seemed to close around him. Hermione whispered, "Prophecy." Harry did not move. The old panic rose. Sirius. Where was Sirius? Had they been tricked? Had they come too late? Was he somewhere else? Was this all bait? The dead thread pulled. "Take it." Harry heard the command without words. "Take what is yours." He reached, then stopped, not because he was calm, because his hand shook, because this was exactly what Voldemort wanted, because Dumbledore had warned him, because Master Ven had asked what the Force was for, and Harry had said attention, so he paid attention. The sphere was not calling to him. Voldemort was. The difference mattered. Harry lowered his hand. "No," a voice behind them laughed. "Well," Bellatrix Lestrange said, stepping from the shadows, "that is disappointing." Death Eaters emerged between the shelves, masked, wands raised. "Too many," Ron swore. Hermione lifted her wand. Ginny moved closer to Neville. Luna tilted her head as if listening to music only she could hear. Harry's hand closed around his wand. Bellatrix smiled at him. "Where is your courage, little hero? Aren't you going to grab your destiny?" Harry's scar burned. He could feel Voldemort through the connection now, not present, not fully, waiting somewhere beyond the room, watching through expectation. Optimized against Harry's usual shape. The boy who ran, the boy who reacted, the boy who could be pulled by love, guilt, anger, fear. Harry breathed. Sirius was not here. That truth hurt, but it also cleared the room. Harry raised his wand. "My destiny can wait." Bellatrix's smile vanished. "Stupefy!" Harry shouted. The battle erupted. Harry did not win the battle. That was important. No song would have made it heroic enough to hide the truth. They were children fighting killers. The only reason they survived the first minute was because the Death Eaters expected panic, and panic was not all they brought. The DA fought like students who had failed together enough to trust recovery. Hermione stunned one Death Eater cleanly, then dragged Neville aside before a curse hit him. Ron disarmed a masked witch and shouted, "See, tactical height not needed." Ginny's hexes flew with frightening precision. Luna moved oddly, drifting where spells were not, casting late and landing anyway. Neville's shield broke under a curse, but he raised another. Harry moved through them, not ahead, through. The Force did not show him spells before they existed. It showed him bodies, intent, weight, breath. A Death Eater's elbow tightening before a curse. Bellatrix's shoulders shifting left before she lunged right. Ron overextending, Hermione turning too slowly, Ginny about to be flanked. Harry used the extra second not to dominate, but to make space. "Ron, down!" Ron dropped. A curse struck the shelf behind him, shattering dozens of prophecy spheres. Whispers burst into the air like dying birds. "Ginny left!" She spun and hexed the Death Eater behind her. "Neville, shield!" Neville obeyed before he saw why. A spell crashed against his protego and sent him sliding backward, but he stayed upright. Harry's wand moved constantly, not powerfully, precisely, protego only where needed. Expelliarmus when a wand angle opened, impedimenta to slow, not crush. A small telekinetic nudge sent a fallen prophecy sphere rolling under a Death Eater's boot. He slipped just long enough for Hermione to stun him. 15 pounds, short range, calm required, useful only if Harry paid attention. That was enough, barely. Then Bellatrix laughed again. She moved like cruelty given bones. Harry felt her before he saw her, not dark like Voldemort, alive, wild, broken open and proud of the break. Her wand rose toward Hermione. Harry was too far. His spell would be late. His body moved anyway. He did not block Bellatrix's curse. He shoved Hermione. The curse cut through the air where Hermione's head had been and struck Harry's shoulder. Pain exploded. He hit the floor. Hermione screamed his name. Harry rolled before Bellatrix's second curse landed. The force narrowed. Bellatrix would move left. He felt it in her hip, her breath, the delighted tilt of her head. Harry was already there, not attacking, clearing space. Expelliarmus! She twisted away. The spell clipped her sleeve. She laughed. Oh, you are quicker than they said. Harry's shoulder burned. His wand hand trembled. People talk about me constantly. It's very tiresome. Finally, we agree on something. Bellatrix's eyes flashed. Then Sirius arrived, not in a vision, in life. A red spell struck the Death Eater nearest Ron from behind. Another Order member followed, then another. Sirius Black burst into the aisle with his wand raised, hair wild, grin reckless. Harry, for 1 second, relief nearly broke him. The living thread hit so brightly that Harry's awareness trembled. Sirius alive. Sirius here, not bait, not vision, real. Then Bellatrix saw him, her face transformed. Cousin, Sirius's grin sharpened. Bella, the battle shifted, adults entered. The children were no longer alone, but the room became more dangerous, not less. Stronger spells cracked the air. Shelves shattered. Prophecy spheres screamed and burst. The Department of Mysteries filled with dust, glass, and voices from futures that would never happen. Harry tried to reach Sirius. He could not. Bodies moved between them. Spells flashed. Ron dragged Neville up. Hermione pulled Ginny behind a shelf. Luna disarmed someone with a calmness that made the man look personally offended. Harry's scar burned. The dead thread was closer now, not in the room, but near. Voldemort had felt the failure of the bait. He was coming. Harry knew it with a certainty that made his stomach turn. Dumbledore. He gasped. Hermione heard. Her eyes widened. He's coming. Harry pressed a hand to his scar. Yes. Ron looked alarmed. Which he? Harry did not answer. The wall exploded, not literally. A door blew inward at the far end of the hall, and darkness seemed to enter before the man did. Voldemort stepped through, no mask, no disguise, white face, red eyes, wand in hand. The room changed. Death Eaters dropped to their knees or froze. Order members turned. Sirius went still. Harry felt the living web recoil, not because Voldemort was powerful, though he was, because he was wrong. A dead thread wrapped in flesh, a refusal walking. Voldemort's eyes found Harry. Ah! One soft sound. The scar burned white-hot. Harry nearly fell. Sirius shouted. Voldemort lifted his wand, not at Sirius, at Harry, of course. The world narrowed. No dramatic speech, no time. No shield strong enough, no spell fast enough, no hand capable of catching death. Harry knew all of it instantly. The killing curse was not a thing he could block. The Force did not become a barrier. Magic would not save him. Power would not save him. Only attention remained. Voldemort's wand angled. His shoulders did not tense like other people's. His body gave almost nothing away. Too calm, too inhuman, nearly unreadable, nearly. The floor beneath Harry was cracked, glass scattered near his shoe. Air shifted as Sirius moved. Voldemort's wrist turned half an inch. Harry did not see the future. He read the room, stone, glass, air, distance, intent 1 second less. Avada Kedavra. Green light filled the world. Harry moved, not far, not beautifully. He twisted, dropped his weight, and let his injured shoulder collapse instead of resisting the fall. The curse passed so close to his face that heatless death brushed his cheek. It struck the shelf behind him. Glass exploded. Harry hit the stone floor hard. For 1 heartbeat, everyone stopped. Voldemort stared. The curse had missed by inches, not deflected, not overpowered. Missed. Because Harry had not tried to become stronger than death. He had become small enough, attentive enough, present enough to not be where death expected him. Sirius screamed his name. Harry could not answer. He was breathing. That was all breathing. Alive. Voldemort's face changed, not rage first. Confusion. Harry saw it and understood. Voldemort had prepared for power, for shields, for sacrificial love, for prophecy, for wands, for fear. He had not prepared for a boy whose first act was to stop. There was no counter spell for stillness. Then Dumbledore arrived, not with thunder, with authority. The air itself seemed to remember another kind of power as Albus Dumbledore stepped into the ruined hall, wand raised, eyes bright behind half-moon spectacles. "Tom," Voldemort turned, the room erupted again. But now the battle had moved beyond Harry. Dumbledore and Voldemort fought in a language of magic Harry could barely follow. Fire became water. Glass became sand. Stone rose and shattered. Spells collided without names. The air bent. Harry stayed on the floor, not because he chose wisdom, because his legs refused to work. Hermione crawled to him first. Harry, Ron came behind her, bleeding from his forehead. Ginny and Neville were alive. Luna too. Sirius reached him next, dropping to his knees. "Harry, look at me." Harry blinked at him. "You're real." Sirius's face broke. "Yeah," he said roughly. "Yeah, I'm real." Harry laughed once. It came out cracked. "Good." Then pain returned properly. His shoulder, his ribs, his cheek where death had nearly touched. Sirius looked furious enough to tear the Ministry down stone by stone. Harry grabbed his sleeve weakly. "Don't." Sirius looked at him. Harry shook his head. "Stay." It was one word, but Sirius understood, or maybe he chose to. He stayed. Around them, Dumbledore forced Voldemort back, not defeated, never that simple, but exposed. Ministry workers began arriving. Aurors, officials. Cornelius Fudge himself, pale and shaking, stepped into the wreckage just in time to see the Dark Lord vanish in a swirl of black and fury. For once, the truth had an audience. Harry did not care, not then. Fudge could choke on the truth for all Harry cared. He only felt the living threads around him. Ron swearing softly, Hermione crying without admitting it, Ginny standing guard even while injured, Neville clutching his wand with both hands, Luna humming under her breath, Sirius alive. Dumbledore turning toward him, old face full of relief and grief and fear, and beneath all of it, Harry's own breath. In, out, present still here. They took him back to Hogwarts before dawn. Madame Pomfrey shouted at everyone. This, more than anything, convinced Harry he was alive. "You bring me children from a Ministry battle," she snapped, waving her wand over Harry's shoulder, "as if I run a repair shop for heroic stupidity." Ron, lying in the next bed, raised a hand weakly. "In our defense." "No," he lowered his hand. "Yes, Madame Pomfrey." Hermione sat in a chair between Harry and Ron's beds, refusing treatment until Madame Pomfrey threatened to sedate her. Ginny had a bandage around one arm and looked annoyed that nobody would let her stand watch. Neville slept heavily, exhausted. Luna sat peacefully with a cup of tea, as if midnight battles were simply unusual social outings. Sirius refused to leave. Madame Pomfrey tried. Sirius refused harder. Eventually, she shoved a chair at him and told him if he fainted from worry, she would put him in the corridor. Harry drifted in and out. Once, he woke to find Dumbledore beside his bed. The office conversation, the warnings, the half-answers, the prophecy, all of it stood between them. But so did the fact that Dumbledore had come. Harry looked at him. "You told me enough." Dumbledore's face tightened. "Not soon enough." Harry did not argue. Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly. "No, not soon enough." Harry stared at the ceiling. Voldemort missed. "Yes, I didn't block it." "No, I couldn't." "No," Harry swallowed. "That scares me." Dumbledore sat slowly. "It should." For some reason, that helped. Harry turned his head. "Then what was the point?" Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. "The point may be that you knew you could not block it and did not waste the inch you had pretending otherwise." Harry let that settle. It sounded like Master Ven, which meant it was probably annoying and true. "Sirius is alive?" Harry asked. Dumbledore's eyes softened. "Yes." Harry closed his eyes. Everything loosened. Not completely, but enough. Master Ven appeared 3 nights later. The holocron had been brought to the hospital wing by Hermione, who had wrapped it in 3 scarves and glared at anyone who looked curious. Harry was awake after midnight. The others slept. Even Sirius had finally been bullied into resting in a chair, head tilted back, mouth slightly open. Harry touched the holocron, blue light unfolded softly. Master Ven appeared. She looked at him for a long time. "You are alive." Harry smiled faintly. "Noticed that, did you?" "I am relieved." The honesty warmed him more than praise would have. Harry looked down at his bandaged shoulder. "I couldn't stop him." No, I barely moved. Yes, it was inches. Yes, he breathed slowly. That's not much of a victory. Master Ven's gaze moved over the sleeping hospital wing. Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Neville, Luna, Sirius, you are measuring by conquest. Harry followed her gaze. The living threads rested around him, dimmed by sleep but bright enough. He understood, not completely but enough. I stayed, he said. Yes, not alone. No, I didn't chase the first vision. No. I still went. Yes. Was that wrong? Master Ven was silent for a moment. I do not know. Harry laughed softly. You still give terrible answers. I know you prefer honest ones. Unfortunately, her projection flickered. You chose with more attention than before. That does not make the outcome pure. It makes it yours. Harry looked at Sirius, alive, breathing, imperfectly saved by imperfect choices. I almost died. Yes, again. Yes, I'm getting tired of that. As you should. Harry smiled. For a while they sat in quiet. Then he asked, Am I Jedi? Master Ven looked at him. No, Harry nodded. Good, she seemed amused. You do not wish to be? I don't think that's my path. What is? Harry looked at his wand on the bedside table, then at the holocron, then at his friends. I don't know. Master Ven smiled. This time the word did not need saying. Harry sighed. But I think the Force is for attention, and magic is for action, and people are why either matters. Master Ven's blue light softened. That is not doctrine. Yeah, it is incomplete. Probably it may fail. Most of my plans do. Sirius snorted in his sleep. Harry smiled. Master Ven bowed her head. Then it is yours. Harry leaned back against the pillow. Outside the windows, dawn began to pale the sky. The hospital wing slowly filled with morning, not dramatic, not victorious in the way stories liked, just light returning. Harry felt the castle wake, students turning in sleep, portraits muttering, house elves moving in distant kitchens, owls shifting in the owlery, the whooping willow outside, violent and watchful, Dumbledore in his office, carrying guilt like an old cloak. Umbridge gone from the school, her certainty finally meeting something that did not care about ministry titles. Voldemort far away, exposed but not defeated. A dead thread still tied to the world, still tied to Harry, but no longer the only thing he could feel. The living web remained. Messy. Wounded. Loud. Real. Harry closed his eyes and breathed. That was the victory, not defeating Voldemort, not mastering the Force, not becoming calm enough to be untouchable. The victory was being present after terror, being reachable after pain, being still without disappearing. Sirius shifted in the chair. Ron mumbled something about tactical furniture. Hermione, somehow awake despite pretending not to be, whispered, Harry. He opened one eye. What? Are you all right? The question had followed him his whole life in different forms. Usually he lied. This time he thought about it. His shoulder hurt. His scar ached. Voldemort was alive. The prophecy still existed, even if the sphere had shattered during the fight. The war had truly begun now, whether the ministry liked it or not. And Harry was tired down to the bone, but Ron was here. Hermione was here. Sirius was breathing. The holocron rested beside him. The sun was rising. Harry breathed in, out. I'm here, he said. Hermione's eyes softened. That wasn't the question. Harry smiled faintly. It's the answer I have. Ron, apparently awake now, muttered from the next bed, Better than fine. Harry laughed. It hurt his ribs. He laughed anyway. Master Ven's projection faded with the dawn, leaving only the faintest blue glow at the heart of the holocron. Outside, the first birds began to sing over Hogwarts. And Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the boy who had run, raged, hidden, reached, failed, listened, and nearly died by inches, lay among the people who had kept him human and understood at last. The Force had not made him a weapon. It had taught him to notice the hand holding one. The wand stayed. So did he.